Attention, please. Would members of the Parks and Environment Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Wow, what an exciting day in Parks and Environment. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to meeting 19 of the Parks and Environment Committee. Welcome to members of the committee. Good morning. And to other members of council in attendance, nobody, okay, yet. And members of the public, thank you for coming. Look at all of you, and lots listed on our deputation list, which is great. So for those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next, right over there. Gideon's looking at it right now. You can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. The Parks and Environment Committee gratefully acknowledges it is meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home of many diverse Indigenous peoples. Thank you. So we will now start with our agenda. So we will have any declaration of interest under the municipal code. Nope, seeing none. Can I have confirmation of the minutes from our April 6, 2019 meeting? Councillor Layton, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Speakers, well, presentations. I just wanted to say two things, and then if anyone else has anything to say, I wanted to remind councillors especially, but people that there's the VIP reception tonight for this beautiful book that's going to be launched, photo book of all our ravines. It's gorgeous, very heavy, very packed with beautiful stories and beautiful pictures, and that's at the John B. Baird Gallery, 900 Bay, 5 to 7 tonight, which will be great. And and that was it for me. Any other presentations, comments? Okay, so let's go through the agenda. So we have PE 19.1, strategy to expand the city's tree canopy on private lands. We have speakers on that, thank you. PE 19.2, measures to reduce service interruptions due to tree contact with the overhead lines.
I have a quick question on that, so if you could hold it.
And I have a motion.
Okay, so we will hold that. PE 19.3, pollinator protection strategy update. We have speakers, I believe, which is great. Of course, PE 19.4, TransformTO. We have 27 speakers. That is fantastic. Oh, and we also have a staff presentation. So we're going to hold that. And then we have 2 items of new business. Can we introduce, we have Councillor Davis's letter on bottled water. So we would, Councillor Doucette, because Councillor Layton already had one. Councillor Layton, all in favor of introducing this? Opposed, that carries. Oh, there's Councillor Davis, welcome. Welcome to the friendly committee. You're not used to this kind of welcome. Do you want to speak to it, or do you want to?
Just say 2 words.
Sure.
More than 2, sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know you've got a packed agenda, but we do have a water bottle policy in the City of Toronto, which restricts access or the use of plastic disposable water bottles in our parks and facilities. It was intended to be phased in as we were introducing access to water in parks and facilities, and there was supposed to be a multi-year plan to make sure there was refillable water bottle stations or fountains. However, the plan has slipped. There were 360 parks, 138 parks exempted, and I think there probably are still hundreds of parks that remain on the exempt list, and we ought to look at how we can expedite this process and put some money in the budget for 2018 in the parks budget so that we can be installing water filling stations right across the city in our parks and in our facilities so that we can actually have real access to water and reduce the need for disposable water bottles. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, did we? Oh, I thought we. Oh, did we? Okay, Councillor Layton, you moved, and then all in favor? Opposed? That carries. That is to add it to the agenda, and so thank you very much, Councillor Davis. Did anyone else want to speak to this? Yes.
If not, I'm happy to move it. And
We can move it right now because it's report.
Yep.
yeah, it's a report
So
back, and I think
all in favor? Yes. Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Davis, for bringing that to our attention. It's great. And then we have another item of new business. It's a letter from Councillor Fletcher about waiving fees for the any Canada 150 event. And so I think I'd like to rejig that, but we'll wait. Councillor Fletcher said she would come at 10, so we'll just vote to add it as new business. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. And, okay. So we'll hold that. And we will, and so I'd just like to say about Councillor Fletcher's motion that we'll interrupt the proceedings of wherever we are at 10 o'clock to deal with this quickly because our General Manager of Parks, Rec and Forestry, the ever-famous Janie Romoff, needs to get out to the beach to deal with the water. So she's putting her life preserver on and heading out to the beach as soon as possible. So we're going to let her go shortly after 10. All right? So let's go back. I think we have some quick ones, and we'll save one of the best ones to last, TransformTO. So let's deal with, since we have the fewest steps, PE 19.1, the strategy to expand the city's tree canopy on private lands. And we have 3 speakers. And so I will invite Karen Buck down. And sorry, it's just a bit of a hum in the room. Okay, so Karen Buck's coming down to give her deputation. Karen, you know the drill. Wonderful Ward 32 resident. Take it away.
So good morning. Is there a role for Toronto Water to be involved in the strategy to expand the city's tree canopy on private lands through their proposed stormwater charge? Well, the 2 examples that I'm going to bring up today would suggest that this could be a possibility. Through the Department of Energy and Environment, Washington, D.C. has put in place a number of River Smart programs to help reduce stormwater runoff that harms the district's waterways and Chesapeake Bay. Among the district's River Smart programs are 2 tree planting programs, namely the Homes Tree Planting Program and the Large Landowner Planting Program. Through the River Smart Rebates Program, rebates up to $100 USD can be claimed by individuals who purchase and plant trees on private residential or commercial properties. And the source is Washington, D.C.'s River Smart program, which deals with all of the stormwater in D.C. It's a fabulous program, and that's the source for that. And then secondly, in a very ambitious plan to mitigate the loss of thousands of trees lost to emerald ash borers and other pests, and to help manage stormwater in counties within the greater Chicago area, the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District has launched an initiative to distribute 100,000 oak saplings. Trees not only provide welcome shade in an urban setting, they also retard the flow of stormwater into the sewers and help to reduce flooding. By the end of the year, and that's 2016, the district had distributed 22,000 trees to 33 municipalities within the Greater Toronto Area, 38 schools, 45 community groups, and at many open houses and public events. It should be noted that a medium-sized oak tree can absorb 2,800 gallons of rainfall per year, and therefore when 20,000 trees get planted, the district has the potential to provide at least 56 gallons of stormwater storage. And that source comes from the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of the Greater Chicago area. So in closing, I believe that there is a role for Toronto Water and that there is a need to spend monies raised by stormwater charges on expanding the city's tree canopy, which has already been identified by other North American cities as an implementable green infrastructure solution for stormwater on private lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Karen, for coming on out, and good luck in the beach. You're right down there by the water. So next up is Janet McKay from LEAF. Hi, Janet, welcome. You're no stranger to these committees, so
Hopefully I
Thank
can
you.
get the AV to work. It's always a challenge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Janet McKay, and I'm the founder of a nonprofit community organization called LEAF. And our journey began back in '96, and we've always been focused on engaging the community in urban forest stewardship. And we're really excited that the City of Toronto is developing this strategy for private property tree planting. I'm just here to share with you a bit of our experience and some lessons learned over the 20 years that we've been working on this issue. So as some of you probably know, our first ever program was a subsidized backyard tree planting program. And so for 20 years, we've sort of patched together little bits of funding to keep this program going. And last year, with waning funds from other partners, the City of Toronto gave us a grant of $50,000 to help support that program. And so with that $50,000 grant, we were able to raise an additional $100,000. So the terms of that were to match it 2-to-1. We planted 800 trees and shrubs. And if you do the math on that, what the city contributed was about $62.50 per item. This is a map of Toronto, and we started planting in 1996. We've kept a database of all of our trees and shrubs that we've planted, and this map shows our efforts over the years. So you'll see a running count, and each increase is a year, and you can see the dots on the map. So we started in Riverdale, and then we expanded to Scarborough, and then we offered the program throughout the whole City of Toronto after amalgamation. And so now we have trees in every ward across the city. You can see the diversity of species that we plant down in the corner there. You can't read it, it's too small, but lots of different species, which is really important, and native, of course. We also conduct rigorous follow-up so that we can monitor and continually improve our success. And so our survival rates for trees planted in the last 5 years is 95%. Our certified arborists conduct a site consultation with property owners to help them get the right tree in the right place. We ensure it's planted properly and that the property owners are equipped to provide all the care that's needed to actually nurture the trees to maturity. And we're always available for tree care questions and advice, and we maintain an ongoing relationship with our program participants. So over the past 20 years, LEAF's planted 18,535 trees and shrubs in yards in Toronto. And I couldn't agree more with the link to the stormwater connection. It's bang on, so the previous presentation I totally agree with. I do want to stress that I think our measures of success should not be trees distributed or even trees planted, but trees that actually survive and thrive and provide us with all the many environmental benefits that they do when they're actually mature and healthy. So we did start our program back in '96 as a free tree sapling giveaway, and I just want to talk about why we moved away from that and why that didn't work. We went back to actually follow up and see what happened. So we gave free seedlings or saplings to residents in parks. We distributed them and got the addresses and went back to see how it went. And so what we found was that many trees weren't there. Some of them were still in the pots. Some of them were sitting on the porch. Some of them never, we don't know where they went. But the ones that did get planted oftentimes were wrong tree, wrong place. And so that's why we've really invested a lot of time and energy in making our program quality over quantity. And so that's really the main message that I continue to preach. I probably sound like a bit of a broken record, but for me, having spent 20 years at this, I just don't want to go back. I really want to jump off and go forward. And so why did we evolve to the way we do it now? It's all about personal relationships with people, right tree, right place, helping property owners, optimizing the opportunity, so getting large growing natives where we can, but where we can't do that successfully, possibly smaller species or shrubs. Ongoing tree care and high survival rates. So I just want to give you some images. This is following a tree over from 2007 when it was planted to 2015. I have to go through these quickly because I know my time's running out. 4 years, so it's really about engaging the community and the families. On the left is a tulip tree 9 years after planting. On the right, a white spruce 19 years after planting. We know where all these trees are and we go back to them. Honey locust, 9 years after planting. So this is how fast it can happen when we get the right tree, right place, right care. Again, tulip tree, this is 4 years after planting. Happy homeowner, very engaged. Again, tulip tree, and this is only 8 years after the planting. So this is what we can actually accomplish if we invest and do it the right way. And so I'm all on board for that. Happy family with their 2 trees. We have very strict space requirements. We help people figure out all the many, many things you have to consider to successfully plant a tree. We're talking about how do you use the yard now? What's your soil type? What's the light like? What about underground and overhead utilities? How do you use your yard? Are you going to build a deck? Are you going to do a reno? Do you want shade? Do you want privacy? And then we get to the sort of particulars about, well, I like trees that have, dappled shade and some fruit, and those are aesthetic things. So we get to those later. Survival, we've done independent studies, so this is like 10 years old, but 10 years ago, when we weren't as strict back then, Ryerson did an independent study using aerial photographs, and our survival rates were 80%.
So Janet, I'm just mindful of the time, and this
Yeah.
is totally captivating. So maybe people will ask you questions about this.
Sure.
Thank you. So questions, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, hi, Janet.
Hi.
So I'm new to looking at this item. This is my first half term on this event. My grant experiences in other areas, arts and public health grants, et cetera. What do we do in terms of putting you through financial accountability for these? Or we're looking at 2017's allocations and what will happen to them this year, but are we now at the point where with this success we're letting you present in a multi-year context? We don't put you through a mountain of paperwork annually just to get to this, do we?
Well, this last year was the first year we ever got support from, like, funding support from the City of Toronto, and we've done it for 20 years with small grants from other places. So that's why we're super excited about the support for this, private property planting on private property. But, no, we don't have a lot of experience with it yet either. But the grant we did get last year, it was great, and there was not. We were not put through a lot of, administrative steps and all that. It's really helped us keep this program going, actually, because last year we were in a position where other funders were not there.
Yeah.
And so we would have had to stop when we're, the City of Toronto is about to launch into a private property tree planting strategy.
Right.
So, through the support of council, we were able to keep it going last year. So we'd love to grow it.
Right. So going forward, we can maybe work out a plan where you spend most of your time running this and planting trees and not doing accountability paperwork. If we have a multi-year strategy, we can make it so that the organizations that tap in also have multi-year strategies.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Doucette.
Just very quickly, I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the fact that you also plant shrubs. I think LEAF is known for planting trees. So I wanted you to touch on that quickly. And I also just wanted to double check that you were talking about, it's not so much how many trees we plant, it's how many trees we plant with education, with a maintenance plan so they actually survive. I'm correct in what I heard you say, right?
Yes.
So could you just touch on the shrub side of things? Because as I say, I don't think LEAF is known for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shrubs make up a huge part of the urban canopy, actually. People don't think of them as part of what we call canopy cover, but they're very leafy, and really the environmental benefits are all about leaf surface area. So how much leaf surface area is there? Because those leaves are the actual machines that are doing the air cleaning and the water cleaning and all of those benefits, the shade. So shrubs are incredibly valuable, and some of the things we call shrubs grow to 20 feet high. And they're really important for habitat. I mean, there's so many co-benefits: pollinators, stormwater, shade, cooling air conditioners. Just shading an air conditioner, for example, can really reduce energy consumption. Edibles. I mean, there's a lot of native edible shrubs that people don't know about. So, we have these public demonstration gardens that I think are also key. I mean, education and awareness and engaging the community in really valuable, meaningful ways is so important. We're not going to get to the goal of 40% canopy without doing that. And that takes a lot of work. and a lot of effort and time. So it's as much about that community engagement, and shrubs are a huge part of the story that hasn't been fully told yet, obviously. Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much. On page 5 of the report, the Tree for Me program is highlighted, and including Leaf's work. I'm just, and I understand that some funding comes from the city. Was Leaf offered an opportunity to expand on that program through this additional offering of funds?
You mean through this staff report?
Yeah.
No, we didn't see any of this. So there hasn't been any specifics.
Would you apply for money if we said, hey, wait a second, maybe we could do some more investing in your program?
We would, but I mean, the way the Tree for Me program runs and is described, I mean, we probably wouldn't under that program, because it's, I mean, unless there's an opportunity to change it. I mean, I don't know. This report to me was a bit confusing that we were actually mentioned in that section of Tree for Me, because that's a program that was started last year that distributes free saplings. So we are really keen to do more of this kind of work that's really engaging. It's sort of that way more emphasis on the education, engagement, and relationship building. But we would love support to do more of what we're doing, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk about my rowanberry jelly briefly if people want to hear about edibles.
Yes, you
Don't
could
make
have at least
rowanberry
brought
jelly.
us a
Just
sample.
sit on your shelf.
Councillor Layton. All right, I actually have a question. Oh, Councillor Davis.
have asked
No, sorry, I should have asked visiting councillors, so visiting councillor.
This may not be anything you've thought about at all, but I'm curious to know if you have, which is, we see a lot of applications, development applications that remove trees. And I'm wondering if you've thought at all about monitoring trees that are being removed and intervening or being engaged in any way with homeowners who are contemplating removing trees.
We would love to do that. I think, personally, I really strongly believe that without preserving what we have, we're never going to get to 40% canopy. We cannot plant our way out of this problem, right? We have to also preserve and protect what we have, and I think that's a strong pillar of urban forestry's 4 pillars of action. So I would love to. I mean, I think the main message here is that we have a lot of ideas about how to effectively engage the community in urban forest stewardship that has evolved over 20 years of experience. And so we want to build on that, and we want to like jump off and think about new exciting ideas and new ways of doing things. And so that issue would be one that, yes, I would love to figure out how.
Start looking at committee of adjustment applications, and number of trees that are removed.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a huge issue. And the soil volume that's lost, where we're never going to plant trees again because the soil volume's not there anymore.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just had a question or two, Janet. So I think you were just starting to really get into the tracking and monitoring and mapping, and that's what I like to know. I love the, coming back, a year, 5 years later. Can you expand on how you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do it in 2 ways. One way we do it is we actually go into the backyards, and we need to get permission for that. So in that way, those results are they could potentially be a little bit skewed, right? In that we're only going into yards where we can get in touch with the property owners and they give us permission to come in. So, but we do go back in person and visit usually about 10% of our plantings every year. And we're going back multi-years, multi-times. So we can tell the story, right? Sorry, that's the wrong photo. And then we also work with academic institutions, and this one study in particular is an example of an independent external look at what actually is our success. Now, this is 10 years old, so I firmly believe our rates are higher now if we looked at them, because in 2010, a Ryerson master's student looked at all of our plantings that were done between 97 and 2000. That's 16 years ago. We do way better now than we even did then, because we're improving every single year. And what she did was she looked at our site map. So we do a little site map for every tree that we plant and trees and shrubs we plant in the backyard. So she compared those to aerial photographs to identify if our trees were still there. And it was an incredibly tedious task. It was amazing that we had that partnership with Ryerson to do it. And what she found was about 80% of those trees and shrubs were found in the aerial photos. She could identify that they were still there. Again, that was 10 years ago, so I'm pretty confident our results are higher now. But another big part of this is that the property owner invests a good amount of money and time into the plantings, and so they're invested. They want them to do well. They want them to survive. And we hear from them if there's a problem. And that is really key, is that we need to engage the property owners in a meaningful way. They need to be a partner in this, not just number of trees distributed. That's not really a measure of success that I think is high quality. So measures need to be more about trees survival and tree health and tree size and participant testimonials. How do they feel about it? We really try to get our backyard planting program participants engaged in our other education programs, because it's not just about planting a tree and that's it. I think a big part of it is, well, can we get those people that planted trees to now take our tree tenders course? 15 hours of education and training. Can we get them to come on tree tours? Can we get them to tell their friends about it? Can we get them excited? Can we get them to volunteer in our programs? It's not just, give people a tree. It's about really, and so that's why the whole suite of education and engagement programs, I think, is just really, really important. And I don't want to lose sight of that as a complete sort of package. And I know it's in the documents. It's there on paper. We would just want to make sure it actually happens.
Okay, thank you very much. And the next deputant is Steve Hounsell from Forest, Ontario. Morning, Steve.
Good morning. Thank you for the
Thanks for
opportunity.
coming.
I just wanted to say I certainly agree with both of the previous speakers, but also agree or believe that we need to greatly upscale our planting efforts, which is why I'm here to support, for our support for enhanced private land tree planting within Toronto, and to suggest that the Forest Ontario approach might well be a model that you may wish to consider and emulate. Just by way of introduction, Forest Ontario is a provincial-level not-for-profit organization whose mission is to be the voice for Ontario's forests by supporting forest restoration, stewardship, education, and awareness. We do that through very robust programs in tree planting and maintenance, forest education, and community engagement. Now, in terms of tree planting, Forest Ontario delivers the 50 million tree program for the Ontario government. The goal of that program is to plant 50 million trees on predominantly privately owned land by the year 2025. As part of the delivery of this program, we provide oversight, training, support, and capacity building to our partners, accountability, coordinated communications, and the reporting of the results of the government's investment in private land tree planting. To date, we have coordinated the plantings of over 26 million seedlings through our partners, primarily on rural lands and the near urban fringe. And yes, survivorship is key to our success. We manage that and monitor it. Now, there are many parallels between our delivery business model and what the Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation is proposing in partnership with the city. There are also many lessons that we have learned that might be considered by the city in your efforts to enhance the city's canopy cover. So I'd like to offer a little history on our coordination role and offer some points for consideration. First, in terms of history, back in 2003, Trees Ontario, now Forest Ontario, was presented at a workshop with over 50 tree planting groups from across the province. We were presented as an organization that could enhance private land tree planting in Ontario. A draft business plan was presented which described many of the deficiencies that existed with the existing planting programs at that time. That draft business plan also presented the potential roles and responsibilities for various organizations, with Trees Ontario assuming many of the provincial level coordinating roles that the other organizations simply were not in a position to deliver. Those roles included communications, seed and stock development, landowner outreach, quality control, and the centralization of planting information, including the development of a GIS database. I would suggest that you are about to embark on a very similar program and trajectory, and that a similar coordination role and function could also be undertaken by Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation in managing and rolling out a tree planting program on private lands. Now, as you might well expect, when we first started these discussions, there was a considerable amount of apprehension among the various tree planting groups about Trees Ontario becoming competition. That was never our purpose, and it never happened. Those planting groups now recognize how effective the model is, how it complements their own programs, how it enhances their own capacity to deliver tree planting programs, and perhaps most importantly, how it enhances the availability of funds to do what they want. Our planting partners have very much become our strongest allies. Secondly, communications. Our coordinated communications with government, profiling the government's support of the 50 million tree program, has been successful in achieving ongoing political support to sustain funding levels. Those benefits need to be shared. The success of this program has also generated corporate support for funding private land tree planting, with the recognition that a centralized organization is much better positioned to provide enhanced corporate profile for funding. Third, native tree stock availability. One of the biggest challenges that we had when we first started was to ensure appropriate stock was available to meet the increasing demands of tree planting programs. We insist on using genetically appropriate native tree stock from the appropriate seed zone for tree planting efforts, and I certainly would encourage the same for you folks. Investments in seed stock have been successful in supporting the nursery industry and allowing the private sector to meet those planting demands. Supply must meet predicted demand, and that requires several years of lead time for planning and stock production. Fourth, capacity building. It's more than just funding the planting of seedlings. Our program also includes capacity building, training in best practices, site preparation, management plans, maintenance, survivorship assessments, and more. We want success just as you want success. That is why training and capacity building for our partners must be built into that delivery model. 5, data management. Our centralized database, which tracks all of our partners' tree planting activities and numbers, is key to our reporting and accountability to funders, including both the government as well as sponsors. And 6, sustainable funding. This cannot be a one-time funding effort. Funding needs to be sustained to encourage your tree planting partners to make the investments that they need to enhance their capacity to successfully deliver tree planting. Remember the benefits. The return on investment will be multifold. As was stated in the Toronto Dominion Economic Special Report, you've probably all seen it, Urban Forest, the value of trees in Toronto. So remember, healthy forests sustain healthy people and provide a myriad of other enduring benefits to our communities. So I certainly wish you success in this program. It will benefit all of us. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Any questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Davis.
I'm going to ask a similar question. Do you monitor the loss of trees?
Yes, we do. As I mentioned, survivorship assessment is key. Our program...
Not survivorship of the trees you plant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the loss of trees to development.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Actually, we do not, but I certainly have strong feelings about what you're saying. I'm also very much involved, I'm also the chair of the Ontario Biodiversity Council and have been involved in notions of biodiversity offsets. I think, from my point of view, and this is just a personal view, need to be careful here, but if we're losing trees, first of all, we should do everything we can to protect what we've got. I totally agree with Janet. But if we're in a position that we have to lose trees, there should be offsets, and those offsets should be significant offsets. Multifold. In other words, it should be 3 to 1, 5 to 1, something of that nature. The developer should be on the hook. If you want to have greater tree coverage in Toronto for very good, compelling reasons, let them be a partner and let them see that there's a liability for cutting down trees. And if they do so, there's an expectation that there will be more trees planted, more than a 1-to-1 ratio, a higher than that ratio, to offset those losses.
Well, we have a private tree bylaw that when it is in conflict with the Planning Act and the Building Code, it has no teeth. So I'm
Sharpen those
wondering-
teeth.
Well, we aren't in a position to do that. So I'm wondering if that's something you could take up with the provincial government.
Well, actually, we're having discussions on that, very much.
Pardon me?
We are having discussions on offsets.
Well, more than offsets,
Fair enough.
that development shouldn't trump the existing canopy.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Stephen? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for coming down. Any questions of staff? Anyone going once? Councillor Davis?
You can guess what I'm going to ask you. Do we monitor the loss of trees due to development in the City of Toronto?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say that's not in front of council at this point. However,
Come on,
I would
Jason.
say, we're in a
It
position.
is part of the, we're talking
The
about,
bylaw is not in front of
talking
council.
about
However, I will answer
canopy
your
on
question.
private
Do I
property.
monitor,
All right, can we just let staff finish things?
yeah.
do we monitor the loss of trees? Yes. Through the bylaw, I can give you stats on how many trees come down through development.
Okay, that's all I was asking. I would like to know, so the answer is yes. We could get a report that would identify how many, the loss of trees to development in the City of Toronto.
Through you, Madam Chair, that was provided in the last report to council on the status of the bylaw. I guess we're doing some revisions to the bylaw. We could include that number.
Great.
Update on the revisions of the bylaw. We'll include that update.
When are we doing the next
In the
revisions?
October 2nd, that will be in front of council.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other, or Councillor Davis, I just saw. Welcome, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll, and then I think Councillor Layton.
Just a quick one, and it's a follow-up to my question of Janet McKay from LEAF. So it's early days yet, and the technical financial instrument here is granting the funds out. Will we need to, over time, develop a mechanism where we can have a multi-year strategy and therefore maybe multi-year granting?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. And that's a report we'll be drafting at the end of the year. Keep in mind, council, through its wisdom, gave us two funding. They funded the implementation of a tree planting strategy that we'll report out in October. That strategy, Jen, LEAF is a big part of developing that strategy. What's in front of council today is pilots that are going to feed the information on what comes out of that strategy. So some of this stuff might be deemed successful, some may be deemed redundant. So we're going to go through the process this summer to identify whether or not this stuff in front of council today works or doesn't. That'll be conclusively put in front of you in October.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very
And
much.
then we'll go back to vote, Councillor Fletcher.
Just the point of this quality over quantity came up from one of the deputants. And I just wanted to ask, how are staff evaluating that as part of the prioritization of this money and what programs we fund?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. That'll be part of the assessment process. It'd be a big criteria on whether or not there's some success in this. Keep in mind, people are buying trees every day at nurseries and planting them themselves. What we're offering in part of this program is education upfront to residential groups, ratepayers associations who are interested in having community planting events. They need to come out to an event, plant, learn how to do it, and then we'll provide them with the right tree for the right place. That's one program. There are three other programs in front of council that allow for NGOs to apply for a grant as part of a subsidy to plant on private property. There's also a program that will allow for profit organizations to get subsidies to apply for grants that meet council's agenda of a 40% tree canopy cover.
And within, say, the Tree for Me program, is there some flexibility to grant applicants to take a bit of a different course if they think that it'll have a greater impact?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, exactly. The funding right now will go fund through our official funding partner, which is the Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation. Any NGOs that's particularly interested in participating could apply through them for funding and start their programs or continue to enhance their programs, the success of which will be reported out through the tree working strategy group, which a number of them are part of.
Councillor Carroll raised this earlier around just this notion of sustained funding and ensuring that we're providing good value for money by reducing the administrative barriers to this and allowing groups to enter into longer-term arrangements with the city. Have we explored this notion of somewhat like how economic development has the Toronto Arts Council that funds small grants and then the majors that are the large partners? We've got a couple of those partners in this space already, but have we looked into forming more long-term agreements or partnerships with other groups like LEAF to help bolster their program?
Through the chair, I think this program and our ability to actually fund this program to the extent that we are right now with this new $1 million that was approved through the last budget. This is a new approach for us, actually taking, this is the largest amount of money we've made available to external groups to partner with us on the tree planting strategy. So I think in answer to your question, the program right now is iterative insofar as we're looking at it as a pilot. We're looking for feedback on what's working, on what's not working. The intent in the long run is certainly to maintain this $1 million funding envelope as a long-term external funding strategy. So although I can't tell you exactly what that would look like right now, I think the answer currently is we'll work with the groups that we have right now to see what's working, what's benefiting, what isn't, and then based on that feedback, we'll come up with a more multi-year strategy so that groups will not have to go through this funding process on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back, I'm sorry I was a bit late, to seedlings being given out. Now, they've been given out over the last while through Parks and Trees Foundation, have they not, in this program?
Through you, Madam Chair, I understand Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation, through the grant that we supplied them last year and part of it, did start this program and only started it in 2016 under the Forest Ontario model.
And so have they tracked the success of their seedlings? Was that part of their grant to have to say, we've given out $500,000 and there's...
Through Madam Chair, yes, they did track it, and they're showing at this point 87% survival rate.
For seedlings on private property?
Private.
And how did they track that?
Again, we'd have to direct that question to the Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation today, but we can follow up and give you that information.
I think for council, we should know that because we're giving money for seedlings, and a number of us question seedlings as being really an effective way. We had a model a number of years ago, the Leslieville Riverdale Tree Project, where there was hundreds and hundreds of trees that are still living that were done through a community health center. Have we any historic knowledge about that, or that as a good model for private tree planting as well? No?
I don't, through the chair, I mean, I think we're looking at each other. Neither of us have, personal knowledge of that program, but I think from what you're describing, the program and the plan in front of
Maybe we can know
today
more.
would be able to support that kind of a partnership.
Maybe we can know more for council. And one of the things with Parks and Trees, when that funding was given, was they were to meet a 2-to-1 ratio. Did they meet that funding ratio?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, they did.
They did? And did LEAF meet theirs?
Absolutely.
Yes. So really, we have a couple of big organizations in the city. We have one that's funding-based, that would be Parks and Trees, which is based in my ward. And then we have a longtime partner, would you not agree, in LEAF, as far as backyard planting and private property planting.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, LEAF is a valuable partner. Will continue to do so and be a big part of the strategy moving forward. So their input is key in what we're putting in front of council. Keep in mind, these are just pilots this summer that everybody's going to participate in that will feed the ultimate strategy that will be in front of council.
How are we going to make sure, because we're not allocating the funds apparently, unless we have an oversight through this committee at some point with a report, on making sure that an invaluable partner like LEAF plays a really significant role in private tree planting? I don't see that here.
Through the Speaker, what we will be doing is, through this program, developing an agreement with the Toronto Parks and Trees Foundation that stipulates the approach around how funds will be allocated, so that there's accountability and accessibility to all of these groups. And we'll be monitoring that process to ensure that, the community that we're working with has access to the program.
So we're giving $1 million to a nonprofit group that has no city staff anymore on the board.
We do have staff on the board. We have one representative on the board.
Staff. And nobody named through council on the board
That's correct.
to disseminate the $1 million and develop the pilot. So would you be able to give us more information by the time we get to council about all that criteria? Because I have a certain problem with that. Then the program that you're well aware of that I've been working on with LEAF out of the clubhouse is the Junior Forest Rangers. Is that something, in other words, it would be a very deep education for kids? Is that something that would be funded out of this, or expanded out of this, or is there special funding that we would find for that program?
My understanding through the chair is that we have separate funding that would be made available for that program through PFNR.
Through PFNR in order to run an expanded program?
That's correct.
A pilot, again, another pilot.
That's correct.
And can we know a bit more about that when we get to council as well? Because we might want to expand that through this whole approach next year.
Certainly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher. Anyone else? All right, to speak. Who would like to speak? I'll go first. I'll jump the queue. Because I have a motion that might help people. So the motion's on the screen, and I just, as you've heard from other councillors today, and as we saw in the presentation, LEAF has had 20 phenomenal years of experience, extensive community engagement, and extensive success in not only tree planting, tree maintenance, but tree survival. So I think we should for sure keep them at the table as strongly as we can. So that is what my motion is all about. But I think this is a fantastic report. Very excited that we always have these reports and we don't have money behind them. So they're great ideas, but no money to action the ideas, so I'm thrilled that we actually have a whack of money to go with this, and looking forward to many more trees surviving and growing in Toronto. And unlike one of our councillors yesterday, who was in the media for wanting to remove trees because of their roots in the sidewalks, we don't take that mindset here, most of us at council, so we're all for the tree. We're the Loraxes. So thank you to everyone for coming down, and thanks for staff. Anyone else to speak? Oh, sure.
Yes, just because I'm a little confused. You're asking for this to be added to the report that Mr. Doyle described in October, or was he describing this in advance of us seeing this motion? Is that the report?
Well, either or. It's just I'd like it to come back in October. Would you be adding it to the report or separate?
If I can suggest, by October, the first funding allocation cycle for this program should be complete, and we'll have a better idea of where those partnerships are, so we could actually report back on what that funding is with this direction to develop the kind of partnership that's described in the motion.
Sure.
Okay, so you would just consider this one of the things you need to comment on within that report. Okay, thanks. Put me down.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for putting up your motion, Madam Chair. And I think it's a very important motion because we do have an existing partner that has, as you just mentioned, 20 years on private property with I don't know how many thousands of trees and a very mature approach to getting them planted and ensuring that they are maintained and living. And I would like to see that actually a little sharper in that out of the $1 million, we'd be very clear how much we'd like to make sure is for backyard planting across the city, private property. And I understand that that Parks and Trees would have others coming who don't have the same type of history, but given, they would be allocating for private property and have to go through a number of applications, et cetera, to determine who had the capacity. But we know that LEAF has that capacity. So I don't really want to, I'm a little concerned that and how the approach through Parks and Trees only to disseminate those dollars to, I don't think there's any other partner we have outside of TRCA, which is a direct partner that owns a lot of the land that we have park operations on, outside of LEAF. So it's curious to me how we've come up with this model rather than having them there. I'll also just say I'm very interested to see the seedlings report because I've seen the seedlings being handed out by LEAF, by Parks and Trees, because of course they're in the clubhouse in my ward. And they're small little cups that have a little seedling in them. The kids learn how to plant a little something and then they take it home. So the tracking for that, the effectiveness of that, rather than it's kind of being a cute tree, is something I'm extremely interested in because since they gave out quite a few, I'd like to see what they did and I'd like to see their model for tracking prior to us giving that much money for small trees. For my mind, it would be giving that much money for whips, and we know that whips do not have a really success rate. I can show you on Adelaide Street going up to at Power, the whole embankment was planted. There must have been 1,000 trees put in there. There's very few that are alive. So when we count these as trees for the tree canopy, I'm not sure we should start counting whips and seedlings as real trees because of the success rate, which I may be wrong, but I believe it's quite low. And I'm very looking forward to seeing that success rate that they can give us for council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Anyone else to speak? All right, Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Layton.
I guess I should explain my questions because I think I'm causing concern. I gave the question to Ms. McKay when she deputed. How can we make this easier for you? I don't have a problem. I don't have a concern. My issue is as soon as we start into a financing tool that's grant-based, I want to make sure that we're setting up something that is too entrenched to fail and very hard to cut. I want to see this. I want to see this so embedded that it continues. And how we got to where we got now, was through motions and quick movement. And I want to get to the point where we're all on the same page. The presentation that we had this morning from LEAF really says it all for me. When we describe the type of follow-up and even the type of tracking afterwards, it's at a level that if we're really honest, we can't guarantee is going to happen from term to term, even from year to year, from budget to budget. The politics of what we do in this space, in PF&R and environmental space, because they are the 100% tax-funded areas, are difficult for us to hang on to unless we set them up with the kinds of structures that make it clear, no, you can't now you can't now pull this back and cut it. Those are the reasons for my asking the questions I'm asking. So what I'm looking for in the October report is comment definitely on Chair McMahon's motion, definitely, but really a robust system that says we're serious about this and that we're not only going to begin to look at it in multi-year strategies that are hard to suddenly wipe out, and that we actually extend that so that we understand there are more planting organizations in this space, and that they are able to do something at a granular level that we sometimes can't do. And so we allow them to exist on a multi-year basis. We allow them to know their destiny for 2 to 3 years at a time so that they can then go out and resource themselves, whether through HR or in terms of matching funds, that they can go out and make a better case for their own longevity. Those are the reasons for my questions, and those are the things that I'll be looking for in the October report. And on that basis, I'm happy this morning to support staff recommendations and Chair McMahon's added motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Sure, thank you very much. I too will support the staff recommendations as well as Councillor McMahon's motion. I think that there's different approaches. There's a terrible idiom about cats and about cats that's used to describe that there are many approaches to doing one thing. I'm not going to use that terrible idiom just because it's absolutely horrible. But it does speak to the notion that there are different approaches to things, but it would be nice to know. It would be nice to know what the right one was. And I'm joined here with my colleague from council who often speaks to it would be nice if we were making more data-driven decisions at the city. Now, there are some that are data-driven, and there are some that are symbolic, and sometimes educational tools do just that. They educate, but they don't end up with something concrete at the end of the day. I don't know what the right approach is, but it seems like we've got a couple organizations that are doing work in the space, one of which has a very proven strategy that I think we should do more to try to help bolster. And I think Councillor McMahon's motion will lead us down that path. And it doesn't mean that one approach is wrong or right, but that we should be taking every route. Because if we're going to actually meet our goals, we're going to have to increase investment on every front, both trying to protect trees from development, like was mentioned by Councillor Davis, as well as finding every which way to get people to recognize the importance of trees and then to learn how to care for trees so that we're not just planting trees and they're dying at the end of the day. On another happier note than the terrible idiom I talked about earlier, I made a comment about rowan berries. Rowan berries come from a rowan tree. I got up to go see the lovely little baby in the council chamber, who just so happens to be named Rowan after the tree. So that kind of made me smile this morning. So thank you very much, Rowan, for being here today. I hope you're here for the TransformTO item, because that's what we're really doing it for. And I will take back every bad thing I said about Rowan berry jelly, just because she has changed my mind.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton, and welcome, Rowan, our youngest deputant. All right. So without further ado, I think that's it. So all in favor, we'll do my motion first, or take it as a package? Take it as a package? Package deal. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right. All right. Next up is PE 19.3 Pollinator Protection Strategy Update. You have your, oh, sorry, 2? Yes. All right, let's do 2, which is the hydro lines. Okay, so question from Councillor Carroll.
I just have a quick question, because in the recommendations, I understand that there's supposed to be brevity in recommendations, but the word planting is not in here. And that is a continuing issue for hydro, that we don't seem to be working together on the planting methods. In the body of the report, we talk about it, getting together to make sure that our planting strategy is not to always line up the new tree with the wires and et cetera, et cetera. But then it's suddenly not there in the recommendations, despite establishing a plan to coordinate tree maintenance, improving operational efficiencies, consistency in working practices, public perception. I wish the word planting was in the recommendations. Is there a reason why it's not? Are we committed to improving the planting?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's already an agreement that we have. The tree planting guidelines are already agreed to, so I could provide those with you. It's assumed that we have to adopt that again. The planting guidelines have been adopted, which talk to different things like species diversity and how we're going to do it. So it's there. Maybe it wasn't highlighted, but there was no need for council recommendation to adopt that. It's been already agreed to.
Okay, as long as it's firmly there. I look forward to council when someone holds this item and makes a speech about planting hydro trees, because sometimes councillors who aren't on the committee will just read the recommendations and then hold it to highlight a word. And it is in the report. It's just, we have pruning, we have everything, we just don't have planting in the recommendations. So if it's held, I'll be able to say I told you so.
Okay, all right. Okay, Councillor Doucette would like to speak.
I have a motion, which again, you can probably predict what it's going to be. And my motion is that City Council direct the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation to ensure an updated list of heritage tree locations are included in all contracts agreements with Toronto Hydro when pertaining to trees. I know you are probably doing this, but I just want to make sure that every contract we do with Hydro or an agreement, we give them that updated list, because I'm hoping that Forests Ontario is going to keep giving us new heritage trees to add to our list, so we can't always assume that the list we actually have from last year is going to be the same as this year. So very simple. I'm sure you're already doing this, but just because I love heritage trees so much, I'm putting it on the table one more time. We okay, guys? Thank you. Everybody's nodding. That's simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Doucette. So Councillor Doucette's motion is on the screen, and so why don't we take them as a package? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And actually, why don't we, before we go to the pollinator item, why don't we deal with Councillor Fletcher's letter? And actually, I had a bit of a recommendation on that, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, so let's, do you want to speak, or do you want to see it? Do you want me to put it on screen? Sure, okay. Okay, so let's do pollinators, then. That's PE 19.3, Pollinator Protection Strategy Update, with the beautiful book with the actual real bee, Councillor Layton. That is the Toronto bee. It's a real bee. It's not photoshopped. All right. So we have deputants on this, and we have 5 deputants. So let's have Sheila come down from York University. Sheila Arcola. Sheila here? Oh, Rowan's mom. There you go. Rowan's mom is Sheila Arcola, Faculty of Environmental Science at York University. We'll take turns holding Rowan if you want.
Fast asleep.
So Sheila, have you been here before?
I've observed a couple meetings. I don't think I've.
All right. So there's a clock over here, and we'll give you 5 minutes, and Rowan can have a minute.
She's
all right?
fast asleep.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm here. I'm an assistant professor at York University.
And if you could press the button for your microphone, is it pressed there?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been working on native bee conservation issues for over 10 years now. I'm assistant professor at York University, but I'm also the deputy chair for the Committee on the Status of At-Risk in Ontario. I also serve as a science advisor for a lot of NGOs such as Ontario Nature, David Suzuki Foundation, and I was delighted to be invited by the city staff here to help move along this draft strategy that you all have in front of you. When people think about pollinators, usually they think about honeybees and honeybee colonies. We're here to tell you that there are 350 different species of bees in Southern Ontario, in the Toronto area. We're one of the most diverse areas in all of Canada for bee diversity, pollinator diversity. We have hundreds of butterfly species, flies, all sorts of things that are important pollinators. And none of our native bees make honey. Most of them do not live in colonies. Most of them live in the ground. So we were really happy to be able to work with the city staff to address some of the native pollinator issues as well. And with climate change and with urbanization and all the sort of environmental stressors that we have, that we're facing in the future, maintaining our biodiversity is one of the critical ways that not only we can ensure we have pollination of our urban agriculture and our vegetable gardens, but also our native plants, our native shrubs, our native trees, which then produce food for other native animals such as birds and small mammals. So while you may think of honeybees and pollination of food sources as maybe the main reason for this pollinator strategy, I encourage you to think about this as sort of a broader native biodiversity initiative, and to think about native pollinators and maintaining as much of our biodiversity that is almost unique in Canada, really, because we are one of the most biodiverse areas, and to enjoy and celebrate that in our city we have many, many species of bees, including this amazing green one that you see on the cover. It's a green sweat bee. We have blue bees. We have 20 species of bumblebees. Most people don't even know that. We have all sorts of different shapes and sizes and colors. So our Toronto citizens can now, with our Bees of Toronto guide that we also put together with the city, can now go out and appreciate this diversity as well. So I'm here really to answer questions about ecology, science of mostly native bees, native pollinators in general. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Any questions of our deputant? All right. I just wanted to ask, what's the name of that sweat bee again in the Latin?
I think it's a, which one?
But someone told me and I don't even remember. Oh,
It's Agapostemon agachlorella, I think.
okay.
Like a test.
Well, thank you very much for,
Thanks.
sorry, especially the baby. Thank you for traipsing down with your baby. I used to bring my toddler and newborn down to Depute for the pesticide bylaw, so I know how hard it is to do that. Thank you. It's very meaningful. Thank you. All right. Next deputant is Antonia Gudotti. Am I okay with the pronunciation, or did I butcher that?
Actually, it was quite good.
Oh, shocking. All right. Have you been here before, Antonia?
No, I haven't.
All right, so welcome.
Thank you.
And as I said, mention the clock's up there, and you have 5 minutes, and then we may or may not ask you questions, but we will listen intently.
Thank you. So I'm an entomologist. I study insects. I work at the Royal Ontario Museum. I'm a co-author on the Rom Field Guide to the Butterflies of Ontario, and I also helped with the Butterflies of Toronto booklet, which is a fantastic booklet if you haven't seen it, that the city puts out. I'm really, really pleased to be here. I'm pleased and excited that the city is actually interested in the protection of some of our smaller critters. Bees, butterflies, insects are a very important part of our ecosystem. And I was pleased to assist with the great work that the Pollinator Advisor Committee has done in producing the draft. One of the things that I would like to propose, however, is that we frame this initiative slightly differently. And I'm going to refer to it as the bee and butterfly protection strategy, and I'll explain my rationale for that in a moment. Bees are really the best pollinators, especially our native bees, as Sheila just mentioned. The real focus of the pollinator strategy needs to be on native bees, on wasps and flies. Yes, flies are very important pollinators, and beetles. We can't really lump bees and butterflies together. It's like saying maybe the strategy for supporting our beavers would be the same as supporting the bats in the city. They're really two different groups. Butterflies are inefficient pollinators. They're actually quite useless at it. They don't have the small legs that bees do and the hairs on them to pick up the pollen. They have long legs, they have proboscis, they reach in, they steal the nectar, and that's it. They don't pick up pollen. But the myth is out there that the butterflies should be included as pollinators, and I'm here to tell you that they're not. It's a little misleading to include them in a pollinator strategy. So we haven't really addressed that in it, but I'm going to suggest that we call it the bees and butterflies, because butterflies are actually a very important part of our ecosystem, not as pollinators, but as bird food. At the caterpillar stage, nestlings of birds require a few thousand caterpillars in order to survive. And we all love to hear the songbirds in our city. And about 96% of the species of birds need caterpillars when they're at that very young stage. So to maintain the diversity of our bird population, we actually need to maintain the caterpillar population. And the caterpillars need native species of plants. So I've been really pleased to hear all this talk about the native trees and shrubs that are being planted by the city and their partners. That being said, the priorities and the proposed actions in the strategy, if properly executed, would actually help both the bees and the butterflies. While the ideal habitat for bees is slightly different than the ideal habitat for butterflies, butterflies need the food plant. By planting native species and encouraging meadows, you'll benefit both of these groups. And so a lot of what is being proposed in that strategy is actually going to be very helpful for both of them. All our green spaces are important, including the private and the public gardens. But the focus really does need to be on native plantings and preserving existing habitats as well, those that are still relatively wild, if you want to put it that way. The education and training that's proposed in the strategy needs to be done responsibly. So I hope that we won't be perpetuating the myth that butterflies are pollinators, but we can encourage people to be more bee-friendly and butterfly or caterpillar-friendly. And the final message is, yes, please, let's continue planting native species in whatever that we do. And if you have any entomology questions, I'm here as well. And thank you very much for your time.
Great. Councillor Matlow has an entomology question, maybe.
I'm deeply disturbed by what I just heard.
Oh, no.
How do you believe that butterflies have been able to live this lie for so long, where they've just, you know, first of all, they're essentially caterpillars pretending to be something that they're not. And then they fly around and suggest that they are pollinators. Why do you believe that this myth has been spreading so quickly?
They have a good PR program. I think actually it's because we want to have a reason to love butterflies. And so when people say, oh, well, they're visiting flowers, maybe they pollinate, but they actually don't.
Well, you know, there are a number of issues that I'm concerned about at City Hall, scandalous issues, but certainly you've identified something that we need to work on. So
well, you don't need to do much about it. I think just basically rewording the document might solve the problem.
thank you for exposing this lie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow. And any other questions of our deputy? All right, thank you very much, Antonia. That was fantastic. So next up is Jode Roberts from the David Suzuki Foundation. I think you've been here many a time, Mr. Roberts.
I have not, actually.
Oh, okay. It feels like it.
Yeah.
Come on down.
All right. Thank you. And the mic is on. So thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the committee for allowing me to speak for the 5 minutes on the clock. I work for the David Suzuki Foundation. I'm also an urban beekeeper, so I've been keeping bees in the city the last 6 years and been keeping bees outside the city for the last 15. And through my work at the David Suzuki Foundation, I'm actually the PR rep for the butterflies. So I think part of this controversy might actually come back to me, as Antonio knows very well. So first I have a little story, and then I have 3 highlights from the draft report. So the David Suzuki Foundation, we're excited to be involved in this campaign. Across the country, pollinators, or now bees and butterflies, there's a lot of interest, as has been demonstrated by the survey that the staff has done, and the interest, just that we're having this conversation is exciting and represents a movement. First, the story. So 4 years ago, the monarch butterfly population, monarchs are not mentioned in this report, but monarch butterflies are part of our consciousness as Canadians and Ontarians and Torontonians. In 2013, the number of monarch butterflies that fly from Mexico to Ontario had dropped by over 95%. So there's 35 million butterflies, monarch butterflies, that remained. We at the foundation ran a Got Milkweed campaign, playfully playing on the old Got Milk ads, and we secured about 500 milkweed plants. But milkweed, it has a bit of a branding issue itself. It's got weed in the name, and historically it's had a bit of a bad rap. What's that? Yeah, okay. Councillor. Milkweed's had a bad rap, but because there has been this interest in helping these critters, these wonderful, majestic critters, especially ones that fly 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers in multi-generational trips to Toronto, there's an interest, and it provides an opportunity for PR reps like me and for the city and for residents to do something practical and tangible in their yard to help species, and you have a direct, tangible impact and connection to nature nearby. So that's one of the things the David Suzuki Foundation is really keen on promoting. We ran the Got Milkweed campaign, and it became a big hit, and we've now have over 3,000 households in the city of Toronto that purchased milkweed plants off the David Suzuki Foundation. And Lorraine Johnson, an author and one of the members of the committee that is dealing with the pollinator strategy, she was mentioning at a conference that milkweed is now one of the hottest native plants, or most in-demand native plants at garden centers throughout southern Ontario. So for me, that's an inspirational story. It's about butterflies. They are not great pollinators, but it's part of this ecosystem that lives close by in our neighborhoods and backyards, and it's something that we want people to connect to, and there's a tangible impact we can all have, and there's a desire on behalf of Torontonians to engage in this. So in the pollinator report, which you have, I'm sure you've already committed to memory, and I don't have to go through the details of this, but a lovely report prepared by staff. In there was 3 things that I'd like to highlight quickly. The first is that it suggests we set a target. So do an assessment of how much of the city is currently pollinator-friendly habitat, and set targets on how to move forward. Where are the opportunities, and where are the potential landscapes of greatest opportunity in the city to get more pollinator habitat? So as Councillor Layton and others were pointing out, data-driven approaches are best, and so we don't know right now exactly how much pollinator habitat, and that's part of what the staff is working to do, is to identify both landscapes of opportunity and the existing and potential for and the existing stock of pollinator habitat. The second highlight for me is the ambition of this strategy. So there's 6 priority areas and 44 recommendations. That's a lot of recommendations. It's amazing that this will cost $0 according to the staff report, but hopefully over time, as I think Madam Chair was mentioning, these sorts of projects like the tree planting strategy and the climate strategy, to really bolster them, there needs to be money eventually that goes into these efforts. So to transition ourselves to become a bee city, or more pollinator friendly, more butterfly friendly, will require resources in the future. But this is a good a starting point for that conversation. And finally, the third highlight, and it's something that I've been thinking about a lot through my work at the David Suzuki Foundation, is playing with the idea of corridors, so pollinator corridors, and now I'm the PR rep for butterfly ways, so that's a new term that we're using to describe these corridors through the city. So imagine connecting your front yard to your neighbor's yard, to a rooftop, to a garden, to a park, to a church, to the Toronto Community Housing Complex down the street, and you start connecting those dots through your neighborhood, and you can imagine how a butterfly might fly through your neighborhood. And so if we can create pollinator patches through the city and identify hydro corridors or transportation corridors or these other places where you can put in pollinator habitat, there's both a branding opportunity there, but also an opportunity for engagement and creating great habitat through the city. So that's another identified opportunity through this report, and I realize I'm at 5 minutes and 26 seconds, so I will stop talking.
Thank you very much, Joe. Any questions? Councillor Doucette, sorry.
That's all right, I'm fine. Any name.
You usually has.
Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for all the work you do. So yes, I am also a butterfly fan. I'm also a bee fan. In fact, I like most insects. The butterflies, are you aware that several years ago, actually my first meeting on Parks and Environment, I put a motion forward to make sure that the city plants more pollinating gardens, and that was keeping in mind the bees and the butterflies, because without certain plants, the monarch butterfly can't survive, which means that it can't produce caterpillars, which won't help the birds. So are you aware that as the city, we are moving forward much better with our horticultural plantings for, we call them pollinating gardens?
Yeah, yes, for sure. And I know that there's the staff have been documenting the various pollinator patches through the city, so the gardens that have been created and new ones that we're anticipating for this year. So there's projects like the Bee Line along the Green Line corridor and various others that are coming forward. So yes, there's lots that has been done. And last year, the city was recognized as a bee city for that work. We're starting at a baseline, and I hope that this sets high targets for future, and we can continue to add those.
And you mentioned that you have hives, is that correct? Beehives?
I do. So a component that hasn't been discussed, but was part of the staff work, is talking about beekeeping in the city. And so I keep hives on a rooftop down in Little Italy, and I'm one of, I think there's about 200, and actually I'm not sure on that number. There's over 100 beekeepers in the city that are registered beekeepers that have hives in the city and are registered with the province and keeping bees in the city.
So that was actually going to be my next question about registering. Is it difficult to register? Is it sort of, honestly, I mean, are there beehives out there in our city where the owners aren't registered? Because I understand registering is very important to make sure that we keep healthy bees, so that if we get any fungus, bacteria, we don't spread it to the native bees. So is it difficult to register?
So there are a lot of folks more expert in the area of beekeeping, but in my experience, it's a one-page form that you fill out and you send it to the province. It's a pretty low bar to actually register, and it's free. So the province does a good job of tracking registered hives. If people are keeping bees and not registering them, then it's tough to track where the bees are in the city, what disease transmission between different hives and things. So the province handles the registration, and it's a fairly simple process. But I'd also add that beekeeping is very difficult. Like it's not super easy. You just don't put a hive in your back 40 and miraculously have honey. It's more work than my kids. So it's a lot of work. Personally, when people ask about beekeeping, I suggest keep wild bees. And so there's ways that you can keep these wild bees, these 350 species of bees that are common in our backyards, by being kind of lazy. You just leave a little patch of bare soil and some twigs and sticks and things, and that's the habitat that wild bees like best. And we can all start doing that in the back of our yard, and ideally sunny patch in our backyard. But we can also be a little lazy and have a beer on the patio while we watch our wild bees, rather than going through the effort of keeping honeybees.
We could also keep native bee hotels, right?
Yeah, there's there's a growing interest in creating habitat. My personal preference is that we rely more on natural things rather than built things. So building a bee hotel, a bee hotel for a wild bee is the ground, is dirt, or are raspberry stalks or twigs and sticks and things that they naturally live in, rather than the drilled holes that I might have. But regardless of how we get people interested in and aware that these things are in our backyards, it's all part of a good growing movement.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I actually had a question. With your Butterfly Way initiative, what 2 wards are you working in?
Thank you for asking, Madam Chair. Have you heard of Ward 32?
Yes?
Yes, Beaches East York, I think is one of those 2 wards. The other is Ward 21.
And Ward 21. And which ward had exponentially more participants?
Admittedly, there was greater demand in Ward 32 this year.
So
but I
Ward
must
32
also-
had more participants than Councillor Mahavic's ward. We just want to put that on record.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
yes.
saying?
Yes, that is true.
Thank you.
However, we must throw props to Ward 19 and 20. Ward 19, where the Homegrown National Park project started, and he has 65 homegrown park rangers over time that have been doing these bidding. But, yeah, but competition is
Must be
healthy.
all that jelly. All right, thank you very much for all your great work, Joe. And next up, we have Karen Yukich? Oh, yes. Karen, have you been here before?
Yes, I don't know if I've spoken to this.
Okay, well, clock is up there, 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm making this submission on behalf of Protect Nature TO. We are an umbrella group of park users who advocate for the protection of wildlife and natural areas across the city. The Pollinator Protection Strategy presents a remarkable opportunity for Toronto to become a leader in protecting, enhancing, and creating pollinator habitat that will protect native bees, butterflies, and other pollinators, and contribute to the rich biodiversity of our city. We support this strategy and encourage the city to provide it with the necessary resources and cooperation. This proposed strategy would complement and draw upon Toronto's existing natural habitats, which already support pollinator species as well as other wildlife. Having this healthy core of existing natural habitat is crucial to the pollinator strategy's success. When one establishes a bee or a butterfly garden or other kinds of pollinator habitat, the insects do not come out of thin air. Rather, they come from existing habitat that already supports populations of these species. With more available habitat and more connectivity, these pollinator species can then increase their numbers and expand their range. However, in some cases, the new habitat can only meet part of their life cycle needs, and they must still return to the nearby forest, wetland, meadow, or savanna to complete the cycle. We should also remember that it can take many years for a created habitat to achieve anywhere near the complexity and functional capacity of remnant habitats that have existed in our region for centuries. This science suggests that pollinator habitat will have the greatest effect if planted adjacent to environmentally significant areas, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. There are 86 ESAs in our city. Most city wards have one, and some of the wards that have no ESAs of their own are adjacent to ESAs in neighboring wards. Pollinator habitat would be further enhanced by planting on sites that connect ESAs to each other to establish corridors of native vegetation. While the new and enhanced habitat proposed in this strategy can make a great contribution to Toronto's biodiversity, it is critical that the ecological integrity of the ESAs also be maintained and enhanced. Currently, these habitats are being degraded and damaged by invasive species, soil compaction and erosion, by being crisscrossed with many unauthorized trails, and by illegal and inappropriate uses. As a result, wildlife, big and small, resident and migratory, are negatively impacted by disturbance and habitat loss. All this is happening against a backdrop of intensification, climate change, and other broad threats. Therefore, each ESA requires the effective implementation of a management plan to protect it for the long term. Work is currently underway on a broader Toronto biodiversity strategy. We recommend that this committee recognize that protecting pollinators includes protecting the city's core natural areas that already exist, and direct the biodiversity strategy to include steps to address the need to effectively manage and protect the city's natural areas and the wildlife they support. Protecting existing habitat while creating new habitat only makes sense and will produce the best result for Toronto in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Anyone have any questions? No? So I have a question. ESAs, what does that stand for?
Environmentally significant areas. I
wanted
get screwed up because there's also an ESA that means environmentally sensitive areas, but
Just wanted to make sure we're on the,
Toronto
everyone
is
knows what we're on.
significant.
So your concern is that, as you say, even if we're doing pollinating gardens with a city, with residents, we're going back to that corridor. We need to make sure that our ESAs are protected, because that's an area we can, as a city, protect, and that will help the bugs and the bees and the butterflies all go from place to place. Is that really what you're coming?
it's a little bit comparable to what was said earlier today about protecting the existing tree canopy.
Right.
So it's nice to plant new trees, takes them a long time to grow big and really support a lot, whereas when you already have a very healthy, complex, multi-layered natural area, make sure you take good care of it.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Karen. And on to another Karen, Karen Buck.
And we know each other from way back when. Anyway, you've certainly heard a lot of really interesting information this morning, especially on bees and butterflies. And it's fun being in the audience and hearing these facts that are coming out. I just brought a picture that I sort of like, the River of Flowers, which of course is promoting corridors of plants for the bees and connections with habitats so that we don't lose through fragmentation. Anyway, what I'm saying here today is just to encourage the city to do some things. And so I'm encouraging the city to do everything within their powers to protect pollinators, and that's the whole group of pollinators, and including the butterflies, and their habitat. I would encourage the city to initiate actions that would drastically reduce and eliminate herbicides and insecticide impacts on pollinators and Ontario native plants, or just plants in general. And also to take steps that would strengthen the support for pollinator-friendly nurseries, garden centers, and seed suppliers, because I think there's an awful lot of people in our population who don't understand that they may not be putting insecticides and herbicides on their properties, but the plants now are coming with those, just with the plants that they buy. The other thing that I would encourage the city to do is to take the lead in implementing pollinator gardens on city-owned lands and to promote the planting of pollinator gardens on private properties within its boundaries. These actions could lead to less fragmentation of quality pollinators' habitat. There's the infamous caterpillars that feed our birds. Let's have more of those. And the UK, quite some time ago, in November of 2014, already had a national pollinator strategy, which has really good information in it. And are you ready for this? In the US, there is the Million Pollinator Garden Challenge. And it's a nationwide call to action to preserve and create gardens and landscapes that help revive the health of bees, butterflies, birds, bats, and other pollinators across America. So Toronto, are we ready for the Million Pollinator Garden Challenge? And that's it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. This is a Trump-free room, if you don't mind. Thank you very much, Karen. All right. Oh, Karen, Councillor Carroll had a question for you.
Sorry, Karen, I was making a joke, but I actually have a question.
Yes.
Do any of the organizations that you're affiliated with track this issue of selling the threatening insecticides with plants?
No, I just picked that out because I'm particularly concerned about it myself when I go to buy plants.
Yeah.
And also, when I was the project manager of the residential rainproofing project, we put in Ontario native plants, and so I'm a big promoter of Ontario native species, and I'm concerned that, you know, so we were promoting the right thing when we did our project funded by the city.
Okay,
And
thank
it
you.
still survives.
Yes.
Beautifully, catching stormwater and also having wonderful plants that have survived.
Thank you very much, Karen. Any other questions? All right. Any questions of staff? Oh, are you voting already? Or questions of staff?
One question. In 2015, the Parks and Environment Committee requested a biodiversity strategy that would go beyond just our birds and butterflies. It actually called for a report back in 2016. Is there anyone that can let us know what the status? We put deadlines, and we know they're not necessarily going to be followed. So, like, I'm not trying to fault anyone. Just that it's almost like we're halfway through 17, and just curious if it's still on the way.
Hi, through the chair, Jane Welsh, City Planning. We will be reporting back on the biodiversity strategy, and that is anticipated by the end of this year.
Hey, that's great. That's fantastic. Thank you very. So I don't need to make a request for that to just be on record, and that'll include bird habitat, what we can do around fish habitat. That'll include butterflies and bees as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. And Councillor Matlow beat you to it. He's first up to speak. Councillor Doucette, you're second.
So we might be thinking that we are talking about pollinators and butterflies and bees. What this is, it's the elites in the downtown butterflies and the working class bees. Those elites, those pretty little caterpillars in disguise, are fluttering around. You know, they show up once in a while, then they go on vacation to Mexico. But really what they're doing is that they're parading around pretending to be pollinators. That's what we learned today. It's a big lie. And then you heard from the David Suzuki Foundation. You know what they are? They're really a bought and paid for lobbyist, paid for by butterflies and their wealthy caterpillar backers. The butterfly lobby. And now the elite are trying to push these pollinator corridors down everybody's throats. They even, I read, put a butterfly trail in Scarborough. I'm telling you, the people of Scarborough don't want fully funded butterfly corridors. They want subways. Subway, subway, subway. So let's stop it with this nonsense about corridors for butterflies. We need to be looking out for the bees. That's where our focus should be. On a more sincere note, I'm really impressed that we're talking about this. I think staff have done a wonderful job in putting forward a strategy that we can support. I love that we live in a city that doesn't just consider how we all get around, but also how our animal, our insect friends need to get around to be able to support a very healthy and diverse ecosystem that we all benefit from. And I also want to acknowledge all of you, even with some diversity of opinion about the butterflies and the bees, for your passion and focus and hard work to be able to move a strategy forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. I think Yuck Yucks is hiring. Councillor Doucette, I think she has a motion.
I do have a motion, and it's about the biodiversity. Like, I thought I sent you my motion. It's basically, my motion is that we take into consideration the ESAs. So to take into consideration and connect the ESAs to the protection for the diverse, I handed it in on a piece of paper, sorry, at the beginning of the meeting. I did hand it in.
Could you explain ESAs, because we speak in acronyms here?
Environmental sensitive areas. Significant areas. There you go. I get it wrong every time. This is why I asked Karen this, and I
need to explain that.
Yeah.
So what we're
For the viewers at home.
For the viewers at home, it's basically what we heard today was we've already got these ESAs, and because we've got these ESAs, we've got to protect them when we're looking at our biodiverse strategies and moving forward. So I just wanted to make sure that the connection was there. That's my basic motion. Very simple. I'm sure it's being looked at, but again, High Park is, if it's not an ESA, it's an ANSI, and so High Park is protected under provincial, under the city, and I'm just wanting to make sure we do protect those. This report is brilliant. It's great. Thank you to every single person who's helped with this report, given input on this report, and everyone who's planted milkweed in the years or planted any flower of any description in your garden or on someone else's where they don't know, which helps bees and butterflies and all our insects. So it is called a pollinating strategy because we're looking at all insects. At that point, I think the bees were under threat, and since then we learned a lot about native bees. I honestly didn't know we had over 360 native bees in our area until I did a walk through High Park last summer. And we looked at the ground, and we looked at the sand, and we looked at where the native bees were living. I learned so much on that walk, and if anyone wants to come, I think they'll probably do another one this summer. This, this is brilliant information. Monarch butterflies. We see the numbers diminishing each year as they don't come up to us. So my milkweed actually is from seed pods in High Park, taken home and just spread the plants, and it's been spreading and spreading each year. But at one point in time, the city had milkweed as a noxious plant, and we were not allowed to grow it. So I planted it in front of one of our city buildings where I was working. And we had an actual caterpillar, and we blogged about this caterpillar, how it lived, and then I must admit one day it disappeared, and I was very upset, and if a bird did get it, it wouldn't have needed to eat for another week. It was enormous. Anyway, I digress. I just want also to let everyone know that since I've been on this committee, one of the reasons I wanted to be on this committee is because of our parks and our pollination, as well as the environment we'll get to later. One of the first motions I put forward was that we do add more pollinating gardens. The other motion, or it wasn't a motion, I spoke to the staff who are writing this report, and I can't find it today for some reason, but in here it says that the city cannot buy plants or seeds which have been coated or grown with the neonicotinoids. So the city can no longer buy those. It's one step closer. We grow a lot of our plants, but some we don't. So that is incorporated in this report. The other thing we put in this report, which may sound like common sense, the list of plants we provide to our gardeners actually will now show the pollinating plants. Because I know all our gardeners know what a pollinating plant is, but you know what? If it's a list for dummies, it makes it easier for them when they do their amazing arrangements across our city to keep that in mind. We want to have these pollinating plants. So these are simple things which are incorporated in this report already. I think this is great. I'm looking forward to seeing more birds and bees and butterflies throughout our city. And yes, this picture could have actually been taken in my front garden. And I said to Councillor Layton earlier that several years ago I saw this wonderful green bee on my cornflower, my purple cornflower, and I couldn't believe my eyes. So I had to go get my camera and take a photograph of it, and I called all my family to come look at it. It does exist. It's amazing because you say, well, we don't have green bees. Aren't they all yellow and black and buzz? But as I say, over the years, being on this committee and being interested, I have learned an awful lot. And I do agree completely, we need to leave part of our gardens for the native bees. They have a portion of my garden because I don't have time to garden much anymore. So they do have a portion of my garden. And also to encourage people to leave your stems and your stalks during the winter and not clear all your garden in the winter. Leave it there throughout, and then you can clean up later in the spring. So great report. I love it. Thank you, everyone, for coming out, and for everyone who's listed or had any input whatsoever. That's it. Thank you.
And so we have your motion, I think, maybe? Oh, possibly. Does anyone else want to speak? Otherwise, we will look at Councillor Doucette's motion and we'll vote. Do you want to do it as a package, Councillor Doucette? Oh, sorry, we're in committee now? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I should have called for that. But next time, or talk to us afterwards, thanks. Yes, so one motion, and we, Councillor Doucette explained it, and we can take it as a package to include the ESAs. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming down on that. I think we might be able to release Councillor Fletcher's. Councillor Fletcher and I spoke, and let's put that up on screen, the recommendation for PE, that would be 19.6, if you get a chance. And this is on about this Councillor Fletcher's letter for events for the Canada 150 Sesquicentennial, events in parks. Did you want, oh, Councillor Fletcher, sorry, did you want to speak to it, or you're good?
No, I just want to thank you for introducing it, and I note that all of the national parks are free this year because of Canada 150, and this is a simple way that we can allow neighbors to come together in their local parks, but doing local things. So it's not for the big bashes, it's for let's get together and celebrate the country. So I appreciate Mr. Robbins helping with that amendment, very happy with that. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So everyone can take a peek at that, and wear your red and white, get ready, start planning your party. All in favor? Opposed?
What are you voting? This is Councillor Fletcher.
Oh,
This is not your
oh,
motion.
sorry, well, okay, well, yeah, the motion, that's what we were talking about. Sorry, my mic's not on. Is the amendment to keep it local? All right, so take them as a package? Or just that, right, yeah. All right, so all in favor? Opposed, that carries. All right. And do we have, hold on, did we have voters on that, Councillor Matlow? Just put your hand up, Councillor Matlow, if you're voting yes. Sorry, Councillor Matlow, did you just put your hand up? Thank you. Little taking liberties there. Thank you. And okay, we do have a large contingent of lively young deputants out in the hallway. So I'm going to ask the indulgence of, after our presentation, the indulgence of the deputants to bump the kids up first before they set off fire alarms or with their excitable voices. All right, so now we're doing PE 19.4, the one you've all been waiting for, TransformTO. Take it away. Knowledgeable, intelligent, passionate team.
Well, thank you very much. This, I got to tell you, I'm really happy, I think, on behalf of all of us here to be here today. This report has been a long time in the making, and it's followed a lot of collaboration and discussion, and both within the political side of the organization and the administrative side. You know, it's important to acknowledge that this really got kicked off through the creation of the subcommittee on climate change adaptation and mitigation that was chaired by Councillor Perks, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge his leadership in getting this thing started and moving it forward the way we have. TransformTO is a co-funded, co-managed initiative between the City of Toronto and the Atmospheric Fund, and we're really happy for their help with this. But in addition to our work with TAF, we were able to attract $175,000 from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to help us with this, and without that contribution, it would have been a very different looking report at this point in time. We talked to well over 2,000 people as we move forward with this, and their advice, their consultations were critical in the formulation of the direction we took in our modeling activities. So having said that, I'm going to turn this over now to Mr. Beckering and team over there to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Jim. So I just have my laptop connected here, so I'll just wait for it to come up on the screen. But my name is Linda Swanston, and I'm the project lead for TransformTO, and beside me are the project co-chairs, Mary Pickering from the Atmospheric Fund, and Mark Beckering, the manager from Environment and Energy. And what the first slide is going to show you, which should now be in front of you, is that there are 3 pillars behind TransformTO: collaboration, future modeling, so technical scenario modeling, and an analysis and focus on co-benefits and multi-benefits. So what I'm going to walk you through this morning briefly are the recommendations that are in front of you in this report. This is the second of 2 reports. City Council adopted a package of short-term strategies in December of 2016, and this report is the next step forward on the long-term pathway to Toronto's low-carbon future. So one of the key findings and therefore recommendations advanced in this report is the importance of collaboration. We know both from international best practice review and also from our own research and work with our stakeholder modeling advisory group that cities that collaborate with others to co-deliver climate action are the most successful, both in terms of the numbers of actions that they deliver and the efficacy of those actions. As a quick refresher, currently greenhouse gas emissions in the City of Toronto are primarily emitted by the operation of our buildings, so primarily from the combustion of natural gas for space and water heating, and also from transportation, how we move around. Solid waste management is a critical element as well, and those are the 3 urban systems that really are the focus of both the attention of this TransformTO next steps. So we undertook 2 technical scenarios in our modeling to best understand the appropriate path forward. The first scenario that we analyzed is business as planned. So what you see represented in this graph is the projected emissions in 2050 if the City of Toronto follows through on our current plans and commitments. So what we're saying here is that based on continued implementation of the official plan and its management of growth to support complete communities and support transit densities, the full implementation of our planned transit infrastructure, and the continued efforts to divert solid waste through the recently adopted long-term waste management strategy, along with other existing city policies and plans, there is a projected approximately 5 million ton reduction in greenhouse gases. So the key message on this slide and in the report is we need to stay the course on the leadership work that the city has already undertaken. That's the good news. The bad news is we also did an analysis of where we need to be to hit Council's 80 by 50 target and found there to be an 8.7 million ton gap. So you can see on this that we are on track to reach our 2020 target, but again, there's that 8.7 million ton gap between our projected business as planned scenario and the council adopted target. More good news. We also undertook development of a low carbon scenario to 2050. So basically we analyzed the emission reduction potential of action across Toronto's urban systems. And what we found is that it is possible to reach the 2050 target with existing technologies. So when you see all those wedges stacked up, getting us down to the 2050 target, that doesn't represent any newfangled innovations beyond what we already have. What you also see on this slide is that we do need to do everything. So we're not going to be able to kind of cherry pick which areas of Toronto's urban systems we want to focus on. We're going to need to do everything. Don't worry about all the particular details on that one, but we do have all of these explained more fully in the technical appendix to the staff report. The high-level message is, while we need to do a suite of actions across the urban systems, there are some key areas of opportunity that will help us reach our 2050 target. So we're talking about approved building energy efficiency, the electrification of mobility, investments in community energy systems, increased waste diversion, and investments in transit and active transportation to enable us to reach our target. Based on this modeling, the report recommends that the city consider adopting a set of long-term low-carbon targets. So I'm going to go through these quickly, but basically what these long-term low-carbon goals reflect are the scale and pace of transformation needed across urban systems to put us on track for that 2050 target. And you'll see that the first one proposed is an interim reduction target by 2030 of 65% from 1990 levels. Within building performance, we're suggesting a recommended long-term target that 100% of our new buildings will be designed and built to near zero GHG emissions by 2030, and that 100% of our existing building stock will be retrofitted where technically feasible. In terms of the energy mix that supplies energy to our buildings and operations, we're suggesting that 75% can be derived from renewable or low-carbon sources by 2050, and that 30% of the total floor space, both residential and commercial within the city, has the necessary thermal densities to be connected to low-carbon thermal energy systems by 2050. In terms of transportation, we've modeled the potential for 100% of transportation options, so personal vehicles, public transit, freight transport, to be using low or zero carbon energy and fuel sources by the year 2050, and that 75% of trips under 5 kilometers citywide could be walked or cycled. Finally, in terms of waste diversion, we've modeled that a 95% waste diversion target would put us on track to meet the overall citywide greenhouse gas emission reductions that Council has targeted for the year 2050. In addition to recommending these city-wide emission reduction targets, we've also identified that to have the authority to move these forward within the community, we also need to lead by example. And so the report is recommending a suite of city leadership goals that you can see in front of you, which are very similar and well aligned with the community-wide goals, but tend to happen a little faster. So we're suggesting that all city-owned facilities should be designed and built to near zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2026, that all city-owned facilities should be retrofitted for deep energy efficiency savings where technically feasible by 2040, that we should install 24 megawatts of renewable energy capacity on our own facilities and lands by 2020, that we can transition 45% of city-owned fleet to low-carbon vehicles by 2030, achieving a net zero waste designation at all city-owned facilities by 2030, generating 1.5 gigajoules annually from biogas by 2030, and to be designated as one of Canada's top 100 greenest employers by 2020. So, in addition to recommending these goals, this report also brings forward a set of guiding principles. And the intent of these guiding principles is to ensure that all climate action aligns with other City of Toronto goals and objectives. So here we're suggesting that multi-benefit or co-benefits are a critical component, that as we seek to reduce emissions citywide, we should also be seeking to advance social equity, improve affordability, and contribute to poverty reduction, amongst other things. And the modeling and technical analysis, and also the advice we received from our modeling advisory group, have identified that this is definitely possible. And in fact, in some instances, the co-benefit of an action that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions can actually be more significant than the benefit of reducing the greenhouse gases. So for example, avoided health costs may exceed the benefit of the greenhouse gas emissions themselves. We see that overall, this kind of low-carbon transformation could contribute up to 327,000 person-years of employment, and that households in almost all neighborhoods across the city are saving on their energy costs on an average of almost 50%. Another recommendation before you today is that Toronto should start to examine our consumption-based emissions. If anyone's really curious about this, we're very happy to answer questions, but basically currently in the Toronto, we conform to the international best practice of the Global Protocol on City Emissions, which means we report on our point source emissions, those emitted within the geographic boundary of the city, but increasingly we want to look at the entire life cycle emissions of the goods and services consumed here. So there's a recommendation that we investigate the feasibility here. We've also identified the need for ongoing reporting and updated implementation plans, and are recommending that every 2 years we report back to Council on our key performance indicators, which include greenhouse gas emissions, co-benefit realization, the level of community engagement and resource mobilization. And then we've suggested that with every new term of Council, we provide a more fulsome progress report towards the city's low-carbon leadership goals, as well as any revisions or additions to the implementation plan for that 4-year term of Council. So finally, I'll just speak to the last major recommendation in the report, which is what's needed to put Toronto on the low-carbon pathway. So to reiterate, we need to implement our existing low-carbon plans and policies to achieve those 5 million tons within the business as planned scenario. We need to pick up the pace by implementing the Report 1 strategies that were adopted by Council in December of 2016. And this report additionally recommends the implementation or initiation of 3 acceleration campaigns to really embrace a multi-benefit approach. So as a reminder, in December of 2016, Council adopted a package of 23 strategies that advance various programs and policies that the city already has in place to maximize their benefit. In terms of what we are newly recommending within this report, the first acceleration campaign is to mobilize low-carbon neighborhoods. We know that cities are critical to achieving provincial and federal climate change targets. Neighborhoods are equally important to realizing the city's low-carbon goals. We heard clearly in our community engagement and from our modeling advisory committee that the neighborhood scale was the area in which residents felt most empowered to act, and so are suggesting that this be a critical area of focus. Preparing for electric mobility. We know that the electrification of transportation creates one of the greatest opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the City of Toronto, and so to prepare for electric mobility, we're suggesting the development of a coordinated electric vehicle transition strategy involving all key stakeholders. We know that electric vehicles are very efficient. Many of the overall energy reduction gains found in the low-carbon scenario are in part attributed to the fact that electric vehicles are far more efficient in their use of energy than internal combustion engines. We also know that the transition to electric vehicles will deliver significant health benefits. Currently, there's over 1,000 hospitalizations a year that can be attributed to the traffic-related burden of illness. And by virtually eliminating the combustion of fossil fuel for personal mobility, we could avoid that burden of illness. The final acceleration campaign we're recommending is the development of the workforce for high-performance buildings. So as you saw, our retrofitting targets and our new construction targets are quite extensive that are being proposed. And within our technical analysis, we estimate that up to 80,000 person-years of employment are directly connected to those building efficiency interventions. We also see an opportunity within this acceleration campaign to focus on social housing renewal, and to generally bring about both improved housing quality by aligning energy efficiency retrofit with state of good repair investments. So, to summarize and conclude, the low carbon pathway for the city requires us to follow through as a community on what has already been approved and planned, to start work on the package of short-term strategies that were approved at the end of 2016. And again, we're suggesting the initiation of these 3 acceleration campaigns to focus on maximizing community and multi-benefit from climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I think maybe we will do questions after the deputants, if that's okay. Does that work with you guys, or do you want to do questions and stuff now? Because you might have, wait for the deputants, because you might have other things you want to ask staff, if that's okay. Thank you. That was a fantastic, succinct, colorful, jazzy, informative presentation. Thank you. Great work. All right, so now we're moving along to our deputants, and we have James, we're gonna, sorry, Lynn et al., who are at the front. We're gonna bump up James Snetzinger's teacher for Thorncliffe Park, and I saw Councillor Burnside out in the hallway just wowing them with his civic knowledge. And so, teacher for Thorncliffe Park Public School, grade 3. Do the kids want to come up and stand behind you for support and to cheer? Grade 3, here they are, future leaders, people. Yeah, Sarah, they So everyone, welcome. Who's been here before? Put up your hand. You've been here before, wow. All right, well, gosh, that's great. So maybe you know the drill. The drill is that there's a clock up there, and your teacher and you, well, unless you all want to speak individually, but you get 5 minutes, and we may or may not ask you questions, but we are listening, and I love the clipboards. So let me know when you're ready, and I will put the timer on. You ready?
Just so you know, I'm going to start down this way. After I finish my piece, I'm going to walk down. As soon as I put the microphone in front of your face, please say your sentence, and adult parents, moms, I need you right in the line with the children, so that when you have your piece that you want to say, that I don't have to be through. Kids, make room for your parents to step in. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Snetzinger. I'm an elementary school teacher with the Toronto District School Board. And these lovely children are my students. They're in grade 3. They attend Thorncliffe Park Public School, and I'm pleased to say that we have many of their parents with us today. We're all deeply concerned about climate change, and we're here to ask you to make sure that Toronto does everything to stop changing the climate. A smooth transition to a green world will not be as simple as it would have been before we got addicted to plastic and oil. But if we don't act now, we're sentencing these children, their descendants, and nearly every other life form to unimaginable hardship.
Children are massively excluded from this conversation because we think they can't understand, but they can. If we take the care to include kids in the conversation, we can start to be honest amongst ourselves. I apologize in advance if any of these children feel it's unfair for one generation to even consider saddling their progeny with such a burden as we have done to them already and are poised to do our worst. We've written this poem for the councillors to consider as they cast their vote, not to fight climate change, but to stop changing the climate. Our poem is called Think of Me.
Think of the world in the future if we stop climate change, pollution, littering, and deforestation. Why can't we just use renewable electric cars that do not pollute the earth? I think we should stop burning fossil fuels. If coral gets extinct, a lot of animals will lose their habitat, die, and become extinct.
That got longer.
Think of me when I am in the future and I am working hard. Think of me when you are polluting, when animals eat people's plastic waste, and when animals eat it, they die, and the climate is changing faster, so take care of Earth. Think of me and my grandchildren when they are struggling to survive climate change. Climate change is killing the animals by we making pollution and climate change as well.
Think of me to stop the changing of climate. So we are planted a lot of trees, but we can do alone, we can do it together.
Think of me when climate change makes me sad and crying in the shadows.
Think of me when due to climate change there will be a lot of pollution in the world, and so let's work together and stop it before it's too late.
Think of me when you are littering. It hurts, it kills our nature, and you are going to be killed yourself. So please stop throwing garbage in nature, or else you will be killed. Thank you. Think of me in the future. Think of me in the future with my own family in a world of climate change because of adults listening to the wrong people and not the right people like climate scientists. Think of my grandchildren begging to see a tiger when they hear that tigers have gone extinct because of climate change.
Think of our biosphere as a giant house made of cards. If we let it collapse completely, we can't live here anymore. We have to stop changing the climate.
Think of me, we will fully disclose and be accountable for our action.
Think of me and my grandchildren in a flood and my family trying to survive in hunger. Think of nature. Please save nature before the new generation.
Think of me when climate change is going to happen. And I think it's going to be the end of the world. We need to win now before climate change wins.
Think of me at the future when the world is full of litter and animals are eating it and then dying. And also fish are dying. And still some people are throwing garbage on the floor. We need to stop this. We can all work together. Think of me and my grandchildren in electric cars that don't pollute. Why can't we have that future now?
Think of me, we will exercise leadership by reducing emission of greenhouse gases in collaboration with our communities.
Think of me and my grandchildren when there is big hole in the ozone layer and it's really hot. Think of me when people are destroying the world and also littering. If the world will die, then how will we survive? Think of me as your children's future that is full of bad things like pollution and littering because some adults didn't care.
Think of me, my children, in unnatural disasters caused by climate change. So you adults have to stop changing the climate for all of the children in the world. We all have to save the world.
Think of me when climate change never stops and people are dying. We need to stop them from causing climate change, and we need to find a way how.
Think of me and the earth when it's full of oil because of adults not caring about nature and polluting and not listening to what's really important. Hear us now. Think of me when people throwing garbage and oil in the garbage box.
Think of me when people are throwing garbage in nature. Adults should set an example for children to respect nature.
Think of me before cutting the plants. We can save our earth. Please let our earth stay green. In my language, my back home language, I will want to share with you. ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਦਰਖਤ ਤੋਂ ਕੱਟਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੰਨਾ ਸੋਚ ਲਵਿਓ ਜੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੌਸਮ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਅਸਰ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਔਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਔਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਹੋ ਸਕੇ ਦਰਖਤ ਉਗਾਈਏ ਔਰ ਜੋ ਦਰਖਤ ਹੈ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਈਏ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
Thank you for hearing us today.
Look at that, you're under time, actually. Can you believe that? That was fantastic, thank you. Not everyone gets a round of applause when they're deputing here, so that's great. I'm wondering if we have questions of the speakers, the deputants. Councillor Carroll has a question for you.
Yes, well, especially towards the end of the poem, you were talking a lot about what you want us to do with our garbage, with our waste, and we have some pretty big targets there. Tell me what you do about garbage and waste at Thorncliffe Park Public School. Because you have a lot of children at your school. Most councillors have either been to Thorncliffe or heard about it, and we know how big it is. How do you work towards zero waste?
It's because that we don't do a lot of recycling. Our caretakers just take the recycling bins and they just mix them all together. We even have 6 composters in our school.
You're composting, so you don't just say we recycle and shrug your shoulders. You're doing your own composting.
Yes.
That is amazing. I was not aware.
We also sometimes pick up the garbage. Mr. Snetzinger makes us go with bags around the school and we start picking up litter on the ground.
Thank you. Any other questions Councillor Doucette has a question for you. She's over here.
I just want to follow up around your composting. Do you do what they call litterless lunches? So whatever you bring in your lunch bag, whether it's the packaging or any leftover food, you actually take it home with you so the school doesn't have to deal with it?
I'll speak to that. The short answer is no. It takes a whole community effort to make this kind of change.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of years ago, it looked like we were on the road to making such a change. I was teaching an outdoor education program at my school for for students from grade 2 to grade 5, and bringing up the level of ecological literacy as well as fitness in the classroom. And because of logistics, it got cancelled. And so it's very difficult for new ideas to disseminate and spread beyond one classroom.
I have one question for all of the students. Do you realize how amazing your teacher is to allow you to come down here today to do a deputation? Thank you very much.
Councillor, don't go away. Councillor Layton has a question for you.
I've got a couple questions. It may just be one. So we've got a really, really great plan here to do some of the stuff that you guys have said in your poem, and I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited because I've got a little girl at home, as my colleague Councillor Matlow does, and we're thinking about them when we vote on something like this. But what we've got in front of us is a plan, but we want to make sure we do the plan. That's gonna come up later this year when we talk about Toronto's budget, when we talk about how we pay for the plan. So it's one thing to say something and then and fund it. It's another to say it and not do it. I don't know if we've hit the age when you could help me figure out what would we call something if we said this but then didn't do it in the end. What would that be called? Yep. I think everyone can say it at once, and I really hope we don't do that this time around. Thank you.
I wish my counselor was here at this meeting.
And we have another question from Councillor DeBearmaker. He's not a member of the committee, but he's a very green guy. He's right over here, and he wants to talk to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, when the students leave, because we've never had this many students all at once trying to save the world at the same time, if maybe you could lead them around the horseshoe so we could give everybody a high five as they go by.
And show your artwork as well. It's quite stunning. Yeah, happily. History in the making, boys and girls.
So, and I have one question, and that is, just put up your hand if you would like to run for City Council and change your city, change the world. Just a few more years. You have to be 18. So this is good preparation. Okay, if you'd like to do a little walkabout high five of us, and then we'll get on to the other speakers. But thank you so much. Let's go.
Well, I think, I'm sorry, I forget which mom you are. Why don't you lead the group around? Don't run. And then, Ahmed, one more around the outside. Around the outside this time. Around the... Ahmed, around the back. Oh, hey, nice
Call
to
me.
see
You're
you
busy.
again.
You're a hero today and a star, but give me a call.
Okay, great.
Okay,
great. Thanks. While I still have a microphone in my hand, I periodically do an eco hot seat with my students where you get to choose from a list of about 40 questions and 4 that you'll answer, and my children will interview you. And by all means, reach out to me. I would love to speak to you. I actually sent an email a couple of years to Mr. DeBearmaker, but his office was too busy at the time. Too busy for the kids? All right. Would you lead them out? Oh, no, back to where we were standing. Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Snetzinger, if you want to email the committee, I'm sure everyone on the committee would be happy to do that.
Wow, that's
perfect
outrageous.
Attendance this year.
This is probably my last year teaching a classroom, and this is probably the best.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to stay for a few minutes, and we're going to write notes, and we're going to draw pictures.
Also, I should tell Mr. Snetzinger that to watch us on council at the end of the month, May 24th, 25th, 26th. Watch us from your classroom or come down as we as we debate this. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. Next up is Lynn Adamson. Good luck topping that, Lynn. You can just put it on the overhead and it should work and it should zoom in on its own. Thank you very much. And I think you know the drill. 5 minutes. Sorry, we don't give you as long as the kids.
Okay, so I'm speaking for Climate Fest, Carbon-Free TO campaign today. And we're very pleased that you're willing to listen to us here today, Mary Margaret and members of the Parks and Environment Committee. So we thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we would like to express our appreciation for the work of the TransformTO staff on the 2050 Climate Action Plan and for the contributions by staff from other divisions, consultants, and members of the public who provided valuable suggestions and community support. We are excited about the possibilities for transforming the future of our city through positive, collaborative action. To reduce emissions 80% by 2050 and to start with an intermediate goal of 65% reduction by 2030 will require substantial change at both the city and community level. It is urgent that we act as quickly as possible. The effects of unmitigated climate change are a serious and long-term threat to the health and well-being of our city, and immediate. In the next 3 days, we'll be receiving between 40 and 70 millimeters of rain, and the ground is already saturated. This kind of weather extreme is one of the consequences of climate change. In 2013 alone, weather-related claims were $3.2 billion. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the budget for TransformTO. It's small compared to the cost of inaction. To avert worsening local and global consequences, we in the city must do our part to keep global temperature rise under 2 degrees. So that's where I just wanted to show global sea ice collapse. This is from a presentation by our environmental commissioner who spoke in City Council chambers, that's Diane Sachs, on April the 4th, Toronto's Climate Challenge event. And if we look at what we've already locked in from our emissions on the right-hand side there, we're already going to have a huge rise up to this thing with what's already locked in. We have to take carbon out of the atmosphere. We're over 400 parts per million. So we have a big challenge. It's urgent. And we'd like to make a few specific suggestions in response to the report. We especially want to ensure that TransformTO has the funds needed to work with community groups, so together we can make sure Toronto achieves our targets. We propose that TransformTO establish working groups for each of the campaigns highlighted in the report, mobilize low-carbon neighborhoods, prepare for electric mobility, and develop the workforce for high-performance buildings. Working with community group representatives will facilitate speedier progress. We would like to see the Green Neighbour Group Network extend into all the wards. The city can support this initiative. We urge the immediate application of new building standards for new construction and the installation of electric charging stations in all new buildings currently under construction. There's no reason why they can't get them in there. A lot of buildings being built right now. While we appreciate the commitment to conversion of transportation to electricity from fossil fuels, we note that it is not possible nor desirable for everyone to drive an electric car. Or to drive any kind of car. There are embedded GHGs and other resources used in making electric vehicles, and cars take up a lot of space in the city for roads and parking. We could ease congestion and improve public health if more people get out of their cars and take transit, walk, or cycle for their commute. In order to reduce our transportation emissions in a major way, we need this modal shift. I just saw a little video about Vancouver and what they've done, achieving 50% of commutes by non-auto. Many of the programs in TransformTO 2050 plan will have co-benefits for our community, particularly in job creation. Retrofitting will create many new jobs which can result in youth employment and skills development in priority neighborhoods. We urge all departments of the city to use a climate lens for decisions and to work across divisions. The climate lens should be considered in the development of the city's long-term financial plan. We would like to close by saying how much we appreciate the effort and the promise in this ambitious plan. This gives us hope, and on behalf of the children in our city and around the world, we are thankful.
Terrific. Thank you, Lynn. Under the time limit, thanks.
The time limit.
All right, questions of the deputy, or was that succinct and informative enough for you? All right, thank you. Great. Next up is Dusha from the Toronto Environment Alliance.
Thanks, everyone. I think working on climate change, a lot of you can relate. There's not many times you feel very, very hopeful and encouraged, but I think today, looking at this plan and seeing all these young people here, I am encouraged, so it's great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dusha Sridharan, and I work with the Toronto Environmental Alliance as a climate change campaigner. For nearly 30 years, T has worked to engage Torontonians on a number of environmental issues, including climate change. Since the city began the TransformTO process in 2015, we have been actively involved. We have attended many community meetings, and I was also a member of the Modeling Advisory Group. After participating in this process for more than 2 years, I am excited to see that such a strong plan has emerged for the city. The new plan proposes bold actions to build a green and prosperous city that benefits our communities. It offers hope to all Torontonians by showing that climate investments can create good jobs, improve public health, and help alleviate poverty. One of the most exciting features of this plan are the guiding principles, which are outlined in Recommendation 3, which outline key goals for improving equity and protecting low-income residents. Through the work of the Modeling Advisory Group, these were some of our top concerns in ensuring that climate investments make it a priority to benefit our communities. One way to strengthen this plan is to ensure that staff, as they report back in future years, actually will incorporate how we progress on these equity considerations. This plan shows that there are many ways in which this can be done. For instance, we can build public transit and prioritize serving communities in need. We can retrofit our buildings through programs like tower renewal and help improve living conditions for people. Expanding our transit network and building retrofits are an opportunity to produce lots of good green jobs, and it's also a way we can hire people who already face a number of barriers to employment in the city. This plan makes it clear that these climate actions can help us achieve a number of the city's priorities as outlined in plans like the Poverty Reduction Strategy or the Strong Neighborhood Strategy as well. Recently, we've heard a lot about the urgent repairs that need to happen in social housing. Many families are sitting and watching as their homes crumble around them. Toronto Community Housing has already closed more than 400 homes because the city could not pay for the repairs. More than 7,000 more units could close in the next few years if we fail to take action. The new climate plan looks to address this challenge, among others. The plan sets out an ambitious goal of retrofitting 100% of all of our existing buildings by 2050, starting with social housing. This one action alone is expected to create the equivalent of 80,000 job years in our city. It is clear from this plan that we have the opportunity to maximize community benefits as we ramp up our efforts to tackle climate change. The question now is, how do we ensure the success of this plan? First, we hope to see unanimous support at Council to pass this plan, and we're hoping you'll pave the way forward for that. The second crucial step, as you all are painfully aware, is funding this plan. Come budget time, Council needs to set aside the necessary funds in 2018 to start reaping the many benefits this plan will offer to Torontonians. Although we plan to ramp up our efforts through the accelerator campaigns, there are no new requests for funds as compared to the TransformTO report number 1. We need to see an increase in funding to engage our communities and have a strong start for achieving targets in this plan. With ambitious goals like retrofitting 100% of existing buildings and diverting 95% of all of our waste by 2050, we need to get lots of people involved. That means investing in actions to engage diverse communities in Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, and Toronto East York to build a low-carbon future. So we hope we can count on your support today to pass this plan and to continue to advocate for this at Council. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dusha. Any questions of the deputant? All right, thank you, that was great. Next up, we have Michael, oops, no, I'm missing M.A. Ma from the People's Climate Movement. Welcome, M.A.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I had the pleasure of participating on TransformTO's modeling advisory group as a representative of the Toronto Climate Action Network. And I would first really like to acknowledge the tremendous work that the city staff and the TAF staff have put into both reports 1 and 2. When I first deputed at the inaugural meeting of the Subcommittee on Climate Change, I called upon the city to develop a council-adopted roadmap. And I believe that this can be achieved by the report that is under consideration today. Yes, our society and technology will evolve, but we can now say without a doubt that it is feasible to build a low-carbon city by mid-century through a combination of all the actions described in the report. And the new interim target, the 2030 target, provides a critical marker on this route. However, for me, the most inspiring aspect of this report is how it demonstrates that within climate action, there is great opportunity to simultaneously transform how we address other critical issues, including social equity, poverty reduction, and quality of life for Torontonians. An important aspect of the Modeling Advisory Group's work was to provide this kind of analysis on how climate strategy can generate community benefits, create jobs, and improve health and wellness. The report demonstrates that this is not only desirable, but also very feasible. However, it will require long-term vision, significant commitments, and coordination. In addition, I would like to put forward a few points for your consideration. The TransformTO commitment to equity, health, and prosperity should translate into the city's assessment guidelines and performance measurement and reporting frameworks so that the public can truly see the extent to which climate action contributes to these aims. Similarly, applying a climate lens to assessing and reporting on climate impacts, both positive and negative, for other city operations and strategies will be integral to the Leadership Through City Action initiative outlined in the report. Public engagement and participation in tangible actions will also be key. The proposed acceleration campaign, mobilizing low-carbon neighborhoods, has huge potential not only to engage many people in civic processes, but also to enable their participation in local climate solutions. However, key investments must be made in customized outreach and localized projects, including projects that enable access by communities that have experienced marginalization and under-resourcing. Lastly, and I think this was really most effectively highlighted by the kids here today, an intergenerational lens should be integrated into this strategy. We can not only work for today's children and young people, but we must also give them a voice at the table and an opportunity to be part of solutions. We know behavioral change at a large scale is central to success, and the cultural transition that takes us to 2050 will be led by them. So to conclude, the TransformTO strategy is ripe with opportunity, and to have council pass it will provide us with the foundation that we need to thrive as a climate-friendly city. It will also establish us as a leader among the C40 and a global climate citizen. I'd like to thank the Parks and Environment Committee for the work that you have done and will do to champion this to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Any questions of the deputant? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your involvement. Next up is Michael Rosenberg. Hi, Michael. Okay. You know how it works. Say.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start with the general points, and then I'll go into a couple of specifics. So my general points are, first of all, the question of the geographical versus the life cycle approach. There is obviously some potential for negative results where you're not counting the greenhouse gases that are produced outside of the city in order to support things that we're using here. You know, most of your proposals will work fine and will not run into that problem, but there will be some instances where there would be a tendency to overcapitalize. I think this is especially true in terms of buildings and technology, where the capital equipment tends to be imported a lot and therefore may not be counted. And therefore, you may take some actions that reduce the numbers that you're using, but actually increase total carbon emissions. So you should be aware of that the use of a life cycle approach. I wouldn't use the consumption approach per se, because it's not consumption that's a bad thing. Consumption is actually good. It's the capitalization and the investment in capital that does not actually result in consumption that is the true waste. But if we use a life cycle approach, then I think that that's better than either the geographic or the strictly consumption-based approach. And sort of related to that is the problem of technology and innovation. And we sometimes, the innovation was listed as a benefit in certain parts of the report, but I think it actually needs to be listed as a harm. Overall, the development and innovation has actually what has led us to this problem of so much environmental problems and carbon use in particular. If you look at it over a 400-year process, how did we get here? So I think we have to sort of regard innovation as part of the side harms rather than side benefits. And then I will also mention a couple of points about where the province stands. Glenn Murray said that the cap and trade system that they have will include 87% of the economy. That's the good news. It's not going to be another one of these failed systems that only includes final emitters and hardly impacts carbon emissions at all. It does actually have the potential to really reduce carbon use. The problem is that I've recently heard that they don't intend to actually use it that way. They don't intend to reduce the cap at the same kind of 80% level that you're talking about doing in the city. Instead, they're just going to put the cap slightly below each year's use and use it essentially to skim off some funds and use those funds to invest in alternatives. That's going to stall. What they really need to do is use the cap to actually reduce total emissions by 80% or more. And that's what's not clear. So you may find yourself pushing uphill. If the price of carbon were to truly go up to reflect a cap that goes down at the provincial level, it'd be so much easier for Toronto to do what it's trying to do, rather than basically having carbon prices remain low and trying to encourage people to do things that are costly to them. If the carbon price would truly reflect the true cost of carbon, then doing everything that you want to do would actually save people money. There wouldn't be some items that save money and some that cost. They would all save money. So you need to put pressure on the province to reduce its cap using that downward slope to 80%, the same 80% you want, so that you're not pushing against a carbon price that isn't really where it should be. And then I'll go on to a couple of specific points. One is, in terms of the guiding principles, I think you need to use something in there that protects the human streetscape, the human environment of the city, and the natural living city. Because you know, there are some technical proposals that tend to result in too much intensification, and those have negative side effects. So we have to make sure that we're not operating on a purely technical basis, and that we take into account nature and human beings, and we don't always go for intensification when it's not helpful. And my last point is solar heating. It seems to be almost absent. On page 73, there's a chart showing how energy sources go into various sectors. There's a huge amount, even in the 2050 scenario, going from electricity and natural gas into buildings. Buildings can be heated by solar heating that does not use PV. Photovoltaics should not be seen as the best and only use of solar energy. We need to, for the solar energy that actually falls on a building, its first and foremost use should be for building heating in a non-electric way so that you're getting the actual use of that solar energy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputy? All right. Thank you, Michael. Next up is Sharon Horvath. Howarth, sorry, Horvath. You wanted Horvath.
I want Howard.
All right. 5 minutes, Sharon. You're a seasoned veteran here. Sure.
Thank you, and I'm so glad to be able to speak to you all today, and especially on the TransformTO plan. And I'm going to start with this chart with it haunts me. Because you can see in the first one that there's a city report based on Sena's consulting study, and it says by 2040, 44 degrees are highs, with 66 days of this heat alerts. And then on top of that, so the rainfall will be 166 millimeters is what's predicted. But this climate change doesn't always sink in, and I look at that chart and that sinks in. For rainfall, just to give an idea, the Finch Avenue washout was 153 millimeters, and the lakeshore flood was 126, and this is calling for 166. So the weather disasters from the climate change, that will cost the city money. So we've got the Finch Avenue was 647 million, and the lakeshore flood and the Toronto ice storm of 2013 was 1.3 billion. So the money that's being asked for TransformTO, because I would not believe that it would not be approved at this level for the plan. And the money that they need, if we don't put it into that, these costs are just going to keep skyrocketing. And it really does not make sense to do anything other than approve the TransformTO. And you know, personal stories, there was a friend of mine who lived in the lakeshore area whose apartment was flooded. And my daughters and a lot of young people, like, she's been looking like, where can I afford to pay rent? And she's looking at that area. So, you know, it affects us all. It's just something has got to be done. So, you know what, it's very interesting. Last week, so the mayor had something about criticizing the province that he wasn't getting enough money for social housing and the repairs. Well, how can the province give credibility to mayor and the councillors that support that when they're looking at a one-stop subway, which would eliminate 24 possible LRTs, wear the hat if it fits, 24 LRTs, or you could get even less LRTs and money into social housing. So it just doesn't ring credible when the city is asking the province for money. Like, I would have trouble if I was at the province saying, yeah, these are good decision makers, let's help them out. And the mayor did sign, and then what I would say is that the property taxes, you know, when the houses in Toronto are worth what they are, how could we not approve, we not approve a tax increase? That is another one that doesn't even make sense to me. And then for those who couldn't afford to pay the extra taxes, it would just go on when the sale of the house, then they would owe that taxes. Like, it doesn't seem very difficult to work out. And so the mayor signed the declaration in Paris, so we know that. Wow. So you got to act on what you say when you come back. So I would, the councillors at this, I know that you're all very much aware of this, and you will vote yes for the TransformTO and the report. If it didn't come from these councillors, I'm telling you, the city's in trouble. Anyway, that's it. You've got to remember this, put it under your pillow if you want, or paste it on your wall. This is coming, and this is only up till now. This is not beyond 2050, right? So, yeah, vote for the TransformTO plan. That's what I expect, and the budget, the money to go with it.
Okay.
Because we're going to spend it in other ways if we do not.
Thanks, Sharon. We just have to vote to extend to finish this deputation. Is that everyone in favor? Opposed? That carries. And so actually there's a question for you from Councillor Doucette, if that's okay, Sharon.
So thank you very much for your chart. Have you been down to the lakeshore recently, particularly by the Humber River?
Not really, no.
If you want to see what heavy rainfall is doing now, there is so much water in the Humber River, it's flowing up the river from the lake instead of from the river to the lake. So thank you for your comments, but I think it might be happening now, not in whatever number of years we're looking at.
I agree.
It's not quite a question, but thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Doucette. Any other questions? All right, now I just have a motion since we're having difficulties with quorum right after lunch. So I'm going to move a motion to extend the lunch recess and resume at 2 o'clock because we will not have quorum at 1:30. But where's Councillor Layton? Yes, right here. So lunch. Sorry to have people wait longer, but you get an extra longer lunch. So from 12:30 till 2, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you.
You can keep the chart if you wish up, if you want.
Thanks. See everyone back here at 2. Thanks.
Attention, please. Can I get everyone to leave the room so we can lock the doors, and we'll be back shortly before 2. Could I get everyone to pack up and leave the room, please? We need to lock the doors. Thank you. Attention, please. Would members of the Parks and Environment Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you. Attention, please. Would members of the Parks and Environment Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, after lunch. Thank you very much, and we'll be back to our deputants. So we are actually, if people don't mind, it's not Rowan, it is, who's our little one? Nico? So we're going to bump up Kimberly Fry, number 22, and Nico, because they're extra excited to talk to us. We will hold your baby, absolutely. Oh, okay. Counselor Doucette, you cannot get a vote from Nico. Just saying. All right. And it was Kimberly. Have you been here before? Okay, great. But you've spoken to committees? Okay, so the clock's up here and you have 5 minutes. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Kim Fry, and I am an elementary school teacher. I live and teach in Ward 13. Or actually, no, maybe my school is not in Ward 13. No, it is. Yeah. Sorry, I always forget. It goes back and forth. So I live in the neighborhood of Swansea, which is the only neighborhood in Toronto that has 3 bodies of water as its boundaries. And yesterday we went for a walk down by the Humber to the lake, and I can assure you that we got a good glimpse of the future of Toronto if we are not going to be addressing climate change in a serious and immediate way. There were dead dogs and bodies and carcasses littered all around the beaches, huge trees that had been washed up, tons of areas that have been flooded out, and this is before the rain that's supposed to come today, tomorrow, etc. It was almost post-apocalyptic, and being with a young infant and thinking about my 14-year-old daughter, as a parent and an elementary school teacher, I couldn't help but really think about the seriousness of this issue that we have before us when we're talking about climate change. And it is one that keeps me up late at night. And I think I used to work for the environmental movement, and I left to become a teacher because I know that we can, with young people, make such amazing actions happen, like James Netzinger did today, bringing his students here to Depute. But you also think a lot about their future and want to be serious in your actions to deal with that. And that's why I'm part of a group of teachers who are working to divest our pension plan from the fossil fuel industry. The magazine that goes to every elementary school teacher in Ontario, EPFO Voice, has a climate justice issue, and there's articles here about why we need to divest our pensions. Our schools ourselves, which is an education journal, also has a climate justice issue that just came out. I think teachers are getting how serious the issue of climate change is, and it comes into how we engage with our students, and it comes into the kinds of decisions we make about our own profession and what we do with our pensions and where we're investing them, and lots of conversations are happening around this. In fact, this morning at our rep council, the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario signed up to endorse the LEAP manifesto. So there's a lot that we are doing personally, but when we look at our city and our municipality, we want to ensure that Toronto is understanding the seriousness of the issue and putting money aside and starting to plan for our future. So doing a little bit of research, yesterday was the anniversary of the forest fires last year, which devastated Fort McMurray. And that fire cost $3.5 billion in insurance claims alone. So we know that with wildfires and droughts, floods, and extreme storms on the rise, that we are going to spend an enormous amount of money mitigating and cleaning up the damages done by climate change. We can look around the world and see that there are 26.4 million people per year between 2008 and 2015 who are climate refugees. And many of those refugees are applying to come to Canada. So we have people who've been on the front lines of their communities being hard hit by the impacts of climate, which of course disproportionately impact low-income communities, communities of color, communities that do not have the same kinds of access to resources as others. So we have no say in the matter. We know that climate change is real, but where we do have a say is in our response to it. And we know that it's going to profoundly shape our society and our economy and the way that we live. We completely need to rethink our whole relationship with nature, the whole way that we interact with nature and see ourselves as humans, but we also know that there's real practical things that the TransformTO document gets at, talks to, and wants to propose. And I don't think it goes far enough, but it is an ambitious document, and we want to see it as a step in the right direction. We want to see the City of Toronto endorse this as, you know, the beginnings of the conversation, the beginnings of the transformation that needs to happen, because it can be a transition that's constructive, well-planned, equitable, and managed well, or it can be responding in an ad hoc manner to huge events as they happen, one that's unjust, unpredictable, and chaotic. And what I like about TransformTO is that it's got a commitment to equity and looks at generations to the future. We need to go further, but I want to see that our children have that document supported, hopefully by all of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bang on the time. Thank you. Anyone have questions of Nico's mother? Councillor Mallow.
I'm artificially going to be using this well, to make a comment, although I'm going to frame it as a question to stick to our procedural bylaw. Are you aware that my colleagues should be aware that not only are you a mom and Councillor Doucette's resident, but Kim Fry has been for many, many years now really at the forefront of activism in our community, in our city. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that your voice has a lot of experience and knowledge behind it, and I respect that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't you agree? Question.
Please don't disagree, I hope.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, do you want to take Councillor Doucette's seat and then she'll go home with me? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we'll go back to where we were, which is number 6. And I hear there's a substitution for Rick, and it's Mike Matos? That's correct, yes. And from the Mount Dennis Community Association. Yes. Not just downtowners. So we're eager to hear from everyone across the city. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. It's hello, and it's very nice to see so many of you again. If not brief on this presentation, I'll at least try to be entertaining. As you've been told, I'm Mike Matos from Mount Dennis. Last month, we received some minor fame when we commented on Transportation Minister Del Duca's energy storage plan. The Mount Dennis Community Association, with tremendous support from our politicians, from the Conservation Authority, from organized labor, and so many others, was able to persuade Crosslinks and Metrolinks that an 18-megawatt gas-fired power generating station was not a good idea. That was easy work. That wasn't enough to change. With some help from our friends, though, we were able to also demonstrate the storage solution would be better for us, but also better for the crosstown. This initiative may well have been the most significant single-site carbon elimination event of the past year. Our budget was zero. Crosslink will save money, OPG will have a steady overnight customer for surplus power and thus reduce electricity costs for all Ontarians, and the initial costs of the project have not significantly changed. Carbon reduction, I estimate at 5 tons per hour of operation if that plant had come on stream. I noticed in the summary the word community appears 25 times, but the word community is not defined. I hope there will be a definition brought forward that's broad enough to include not only neighborhood communities, but also business communities, academic communities, labor and professional communities. And at the same time, let's not define neighborhoods by arbitrary lines on a map. The phrase community benefit also appears many times. 5 years ago at Mount Dennis, we had an event called Making Green Work. I know, Making Green Work. It confuses people, but I love the concept of Pulsamy. Making Green Work featured a session about an initiative in Rexdale that had created Toronto's first community benefits agreement. The response to the session was overwhelming. We then hosted and attended several more meetings, launching the Toronto Community Benefits Network. Mount Dennis is still represented on the network's board, and our local councillors, we have 2 by the way, initiated community benefits plans at Toronto City Hall. Our MPP, Lara Albanese, led the charge at Queen's Park, and the province now has announced and signed its first community benefits agreement. And our rookie MP got a federal community benefits policy through 3rd reading at Ottawa at Parliament. Bad news after that, but onwards. The glitch is we at the Community Association cannot maintain all volunteer self-financing efforts to make changes like this. We just can't keep it up. We need help. We need support to keep operating. Simple things, maintaining an office, finding a meeting place, insurance, printing, transportation, the odd pizza, it's thousands of dollars a year. City Hall does not make it easy for us. Sometimes we think they go out of their way to make it difficult. We considered becoming a registered charity, but we spend a lot of time seeking legislative change. And Steve Harper, you remember, he scuppered that whole plan anyway. So that leads me to the biggest omission that I see in the report. Recently, we were invited to meet with some senior Toronto Hydro staff. We had a very frank discussion, and it revealed to us that an opportunity for massive carbon reduction, which would be simply converting low, middle-of-the-night electricity into thermal energy. You would heat a brick and put it in your bed, in effect, or a hot water bottle. You can't do that effectively because it's blocked by a regulatory agency. We weren't the first ones to notice this. The Ontario Climate Consortium also highlights the need for legislative and regulatory changes. But we don't see regulatory changes in your summary. Based on our 2 successes, which are leading to green jobs or reduced carbon, and all this done at minimal or zero cost, there's a huge opportunity being missed. Bottom line, please fund initiatives like the Mount Dennis Group. We can't predict where our next success will be, and it makes it very hard to apply for a grant. We do know that skilled, dedicated people will continue to find local, effective solutions when they're supplied with the tools. And please fund a group like ours dedicated to driving regulatory and legislative changes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mike. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. Next speaker is number 7, Dan Cameron. Hi, Dan. Have you been here before, Dan?
Yes.
Look familiar, yeah. All right, you know the drill.
Hello, I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to comment on the second TransformTO report. My name is Dan Cameron, and I'm a member of the environmental volunteer group Climate Fast. However, I'm here today to express my personal views. The main point I want to make is that I fully support the aggressive targets and actions outlined in the report. The seriousness of the issue and the urgency with which we need to act is hard to overstate. I'm pleased with many of the bold targets, such as the requirement starting in 2030 for all new buildings to have near zero emissions, and the goal for all existing buildings to be retrofitted for energy efficiency by 2050. I do have one ask, and that is we need to dramatically increase the funding for community engagement for the next 3 years. As Linda alluded to, without large buy-in from the public, the targets in the report will be much harder to achieve. This week I was at Hot Docs and I saw a documentary about the bleaching of the coral reefs. During the Q&A session, a man from the audience spoke about how he was really just at the screening to support a friend of his who was involved in making of the film. But after watching the film, he was moved, and he said that he'd been sitting on the sidelines of the climate issue for too long, and he was now ready to take action. This is an example of the kind of attitude change and buy-in that we can achieve if we start to fund community engagement activities immediately. Thank you.
Wow, speedy and succinct. Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. Seeing none, we will move on to speaker number .8. 8 was the teacher with the class, James. Number 9, Harold B. Smith. Is Harold around? Going once, twice. No Harold. Oh, right. Number 9, Paul Anstey. Or Ants. I might have. How's that for pronunciation of your name? Not bad. What is it really? Awesome. Okay, not even close, but thanks. Thanks.
I've heard worse, though.
I'm sure.
So,
thank you.
First, I'd like to say that I'm here as a member of Green Neighbors 21, which is a local environmental group in Ward 21, which has just celebrated its 10th birthday. And I've also been quite active in the Toronto Climate Action Network, a group, a loose group of environmental groups and other organizations around the city that are particularly focused on climate change. And recently, I've had the privilege of also serving on the modeling advisory group for TransformTO. So all of these experiences have somewhat informed my perspective, although my views are, of course, my own. Let me begin by congratulating staff in the city's Environment and Energy Division on what I see as an extraordinary achievement. The report before us today rises brilliantly to the formidable challenge set by Council 2 years ago to identify a series of actions that would bring an 80% reduction in Toronto's greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, while at the same time generating important social benefits, including gains in prosperity, health, and social equity. Meeting this challenge has meant integrating two very different kinds of research, one involving the modeling of emissions impacts of specific policy choices, the other assessing their relative impact on the many social factors that affect the quality of life in our city. In my view, the staff's thorough and very sophisticated approach to this task has yielded a plan that is at once bold, highly realistic, and solidly grounded in the best available evidence. One mark of this plan's realism is its recognition that the deep changes needed to meet its goals can't be attained by the city acting alone. They will depend on close collaboration with other levels of government, with the private sector, and perhaps most important, with a diverse array of local communities that make up the city's fabric. Speaking as someone active in a local community environment group, and who was also involved in a half dozen of the TransformTO community conversations last year, I see this last point as especially critical to TransformTO's success. Community engagement is the most basic prerequisite for widespread uptake of all the locally focused changes in this plan, ranging from home energy retrofits to new waste reduction practices and wiser transportation choices. For this reason, I was delighted to see that the report proposes an ambitious plan to mobilize for low-carbon neighborhoods as the first of its 3 acceleration campaigns that will be added to the TransformTO short-term plan. However, I was surprised that the report does not propose any new funding for this campaign between now and 2020, although it would seem likely to entail significant additional costs. Thus, I would suggest as a minimum that staff be directed to append to this report a budget estimate for the Low Carbon Neighborhoods Acceleration Campaign for the years 2018 through 2020 at the earliest feasible date. In addition, I note that the operating budget estimates for the short-term strategy do not reflect the shortfall of $864,000 resulting from Council's failure to fully fund the 2017 budget. The needs reflected in that budget have not grown less urgent with the passage of time, so I would ask that staff be directed to restore the missing 2017 amount by augmenting the budget of the affected line items in the short-term strategy budget as appropriate over the years 2018 through 2020. Apart from these relatively minor budgetary issues, I find this to be an outstanding report that sets out a clear and viable path to the deep emissions reductions we need if our city is to do its part in preventing the most serious effects of climate change. I strongly urge Council to adopt the report in its current form. Having said this, however, I cannot end without adding a final word of concern. The mere act of adopting this report on May 24th is no guarantee that it will ever take effect. That will depend directly on the place given to its recommendations in the city budget for 2018 and each subsequent year as well. Those decisions still lie before us. Unfortunately, recent years have seen far too many fine reports on vital matters such as public health, food justice, and affordable housing that were passed with great fanfare by Council and now lie half forgotten and fully unimplemented because they never found their way into the city's budget. That must not be allowed to happen in this case. Climate change is not just another worthy cause that can be nudged back a year or two on some pretext or other. Climate change is about time, and the climate clock is always ticking. What is now hard for us would have been easy 20 years ago. What is just possible now will lie beyond hope of remedy in another 5 years. Both sea levels and average temperatures continue to rise, and the rate at which they rise keeps rising. For this reason, I very much hope that councillors voting to adopt this report will do so not just from expedience, but from a full sense of its urgency, and will therefore insist that it be fully funded for 2018 and all the years that follow.
Fabulous, thank you. I think you do have a question from Councillor Doucette.
I appreciate your comments about budget. Would you be prepared to come back during budget process and give similar deputations so you can support the councillors around this table who do support putting the money in?
I certainly would, yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all your group does. I know you work very closely with Green 13 in my ward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. And now we're skipping number 11 because Mike already spoke, and number 12 is Helena Zaluka, or Zaluki, sorry. Helena? Calling once, twice, all right. Number 13, John Stevenson. John's hiding way at the back. Hi, John.
Hi.
Have you been here before?
No.
So, as you know, you have 5 minutes, and the clock's over there.
All right,
Thank you.
well, good afternoon, councillors and ladies and gentlemen and baby. I live in Fort York neighbourhood, which is Councillor Layton's ward. And I'm here because I think of my granddaughter. My main message is that at this pivotal time in history, we simply cannot afford not to transform TO. My chief concern is the excess volume of fossil fuel that is burned simply to heat buildings and hot water. This must change because the greenhouse gas emissions are unacceptable, and this will be my focus today, the price of natural gas is going to increase significantly simply because of carbon pricing. The cap and trade system has just taken its first baby step, and it must, with a price of about $18 per ton of carbon dioxide. Now, the Government of Canada requires all provinces to have a minimum carbon price rising to $50 per ton in 2022. So, relative to some comments earlier, this means that if they choose to have a cap and trade system, they must reduce those caps so that the market price of an allowance goes up to a minimum of $50 per ton. A Liberal MP I spoke to recently confirmed that that was his interpretation also. He also affirmed that the Government of Canada knows full well that in order to meet its targets and to keep up with what other countries are doing, it will likely require carbon prices to continue rising, about $10 per ton per year, beyond 2022. No one knows for sure how high carbon prices will go. It's already $160 a ton in Sweden. $200 a ton or more has been suggested by several authorities. I've got 5 references here in my footnotes if anyone wishes to delve into them. This leads to jaw-dropping arithmetic. $200 per ton will add $11 per gigajoule to the price of natural gas, to the consumer's cost of natural gas. Now, according to Enbridge and Stats Canada, the average household in Ontario uses about 90 gigajoules per year. So a carbon price of $200 per ton will increase the heating costs for that household by about $1,000 per year. Now, multiply that by about 1 million households in Toronto, and you do the math, as they say. The good news is that in the context of high energy prices, many buildings are so bad that they can be greatly improved. I say this based on my experience of my house where my girls grew up in the East End, and my professional career as an energy consultant before I retired. We can seal the holes and make sure there is proper insulation and put in lots of insulation and triple pane windows. CMHC suggests it's possible to save more than 75% of space heating energy. And there are economic heating systems that use no oil or gas. Solar heat pumps, ductless heat pumps, community energy systems with low carbon sources. So all it takes is money. And sadly, many homeowners or apartment owners are unable or unwilling to raise that money. And of course, while fossil fuel prices are low, the paybacks are not good. But when the prices of fossil fuels have been driven sky high by carbon pricing, and make no mistake, that is clearly, the writing is clearly on the wall for that, as the world realizes how urgent the problem of climate change is becoming. Then your energy retrofits, your home energy loan program, high-rise retrofit improvement program, will be gold mines for all involved, the banks, building owners, homeowners, tenants, consultants, contractors, and all the workers who will have those good quality local jobs. A broad constituency grateful for the vision and wisdom of their councillors. So, in conclusion, the TransformTO plan is a very smart response to the world that is evolving, including carbon pricing. And I know it will be successful. That's my input. And thank you for this opportunity for talking to you about it.
Thank you very much, John. Any questions of the deputant? Fabulous. Thank you very much for coming down. Next up is number 14, Mr. Gideon Foreman from Climate Change and Transportation Policy Analyst, David, Super Suzuki Foundation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll keep my remarks brief today. I am indeed with the David Suzuki Foundation, and not surprisingly, we're very excited about and supportive of the TransformTO Climate Action Plan. We love the ambition of the plan, and what we also really find encouraging and hopeful is the fact, as the Chief Corporate Officer herself has noted, that the objectives of the plan can be met using existing technologies. We don't need to find new things. We don't need scientific breakthroughs. With the technologies that we already have, with the technologies that are already at hand, we can achieve these goals. And so it's certainly not anything like pie in the sky. I think all of the plan's recommendations are worthy of merit. But I want to say a couple of words about the one on transportation in particular. As you know, transportation is now the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the province, and so work in that particular area is especially important, although the whole range of recommendations are important. The transportation recommendation is wonderfully ambitious, and I don't use that word lightly. I think the idea that by 2050, 100% of trips would be low or zero carbon energy is extraordinary. Of course, that is going to mean, for a start, that a majority of our transit vehicles, whether it's buses or light rail or what have you, will need to be electrified, and that process is not inexpensive. So the need for the city to embrace new revenue tools to fund transit has never been greater. At the risk of being repetitive and beating a dead horse, I do want to say that we do think that the city needs to come back to the debate around revenue tools to fund the ambitious transit plans that we have. We would urge Council to again push for the establishment of road tolls, which unfortunately met a setback, consider implementing a commercial parking levy, and also look again at the personal vehicle tax. These tools, we think, would give residents another reason to leave the car at home, another reason perhaps to reduce the number of vehicles that the family has, and of course it would provide hundreds of millions of dollars at least to improve transit services in the city. The second point I want to make today, and my final, is that the plan's also excellent when it argues that 3/4 of short trips should be accomplished through active transport. And again, hats off to staff for the vision and the extraordinary ambition of the plan there. That's just marvelous. But the implication for building out our bike lane network couldn't be clearer if we're going to get to that 75%, 3/4 of short trips through active transport. And so again, the city needs to redouble its efforts to create that safe, physically separated cycling network that we all want. And again, you'll forgive me for being repetitive, but I think it bears repeating. We absolutely need to build out our bike lanes on Bloor. We need to make that pilot on Bloor permanent. We need to extend it farther east and west. We need to put bike lanes separated, physically separated safe bike lanes on the Danforth right out as far as we can take those. And we need to get reimagining Yonge back on track so that we can establish lanes both north of 401 and south of Bloor and Yonge Street. I think the exciting piece for us is that the vast majority of Torontonians are very supportive of bikes and the bike network in general. As you know, some polling was done, and this won't be news to you either, but polling was done recently by Forum Research, and the numbers are wonderful. 70% of Toronto voters supporting bike lanes, and that's not just down in the downtown core, right across the city, Scarborough, North York. In the old city of Toronto, it's 79%, but even in Etobicoke, an area of the city a little more favorable to cars perhaps, 70% of voters in Etobicoke supporting bike lanes. So there's a lot of support from the people of Toronto for these initiatives, especially on the active transport side. So in conclusion, I would urge you to follow the Chief Corporate Officer's recommendations, approve the TransformTO goals, which are wonderful, visionary, and ambitious. And in conjunction with this, we ask you to support the policies that will make these goals possible, including expansion of the cycling network and the creation of some new revenue tools to fund transit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Under the time limit. Fantastic. Any questions of Gideon Foreman? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Succinct and informative. And don't worry, the Woodbine bike lanes are coming in July. All right. Next up is number 15, Christy Chan, member of Alliance for a Just Toronto.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. My name is Christy, and I'm a student at the University of Toronto and a member of the Alliance for Just Toronto. So first, I would like to start by thanking the members of the Parks and Environment Committee and the city staff for your continuous effort in drafting the 2 reports of the TransformTO plan. Also, I would like to express my appreciation to the support from many councillors towards the TransformTO plan. And as a 21-year-old university student and as a member of Alliance for Just Toronto, which is a campaign mainly composed of many young activists and university students, I would like to thank everyone who had made the deputations today before me. And I'm an English student, and to begin, I would like to quote something that everyone probably have already heard of by Charles Dickens. It was the best of time, it was the worst of time. I live at the intersection of College and Yonge Street, where, as you know, many homeless people were gathered all year long, through the freezing winters to being under the extreme heat of the sun in the summers. And without shelters, very often they're suffering from hunger and illnesses. The homeless people are the ones that will arguably be the most vulnerable group facing the increasing number of natural disasters due to global warming. And living on the street under extreme weather conditions further worsen their already really bad living condition. Recalling a conversation I had with a homeless man just outside my condo, he described how the extreme heat caused them to suffer from heat strokes and dehydration in the summer. And with more frequent flood and heavy rain, their personal belongings are constantly ruined, and it destabilizes their lives further. So these extreme weather conditions challenge them on the physical as well as the psychological level, and it restrains them from re-engaging with the community. Therefore, I suggest that as we progress toward a more sustainable and healthy environment, we must not forget the marginalized community. So in the second report of the TransformTO plan, one of the most important and essential strategies to act on climate change is the transitional strategy from the community we have now to a low-carbon community. However, I would like to also propose that we include a transitional strategy for the marginalized groups in Toronto as we shift. For example, a short-term solution can be to prepare to provide measure of relief for the homeless or for people without shelters or adequate living environments when we face more extreme weather conditions in order to increase our community resiliency. As for a long-term solution is to allow marginalized groups to re-engage with the community through the jobs opportunity provided with the TransformTO plan. These measures would align with the multi-benefit approach of the second report, and especially considering social equity and poverty reduction. And lastly, I would like to directly express my gratitude to the City Council and the Parks and Environment Committee for advocating tirelessly about environmental issues and pushing the expansion of green public space, local farmers market, and many community gardens. At the same time, many of you also fight for human rights such as racial equalities and gender equalities. So I sincerely hope that as we fight climate change, we will not forget social issues alongside. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Christy. Good point. Questions from Councillor Doucette?
You can do it again. So you said you're from UFT, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that this councillors on this committee were emailed a letter from John Robinson, who is the Presidential Advisor on the Environment, Climate Change and Sustainability of UFT? And in his email, he is saying that he and his group are in full support of this report before us. And he actually attached quite a long list of climate change and sustainable areas that UFT, and I'm sure you're probably involved with many of them, are actually doing right now. So I just wanted you to know that one of your professors has also sent us a letter and supporting, and we wanted to thank you for coming out today and putting your support there as well, and for all the work you do to help the youth understand what's going on. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette. And thank you, Christy. Next up, number 16, John Cartwright from the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Not here, calling once, twice, 3 times, okay. And number 17, no stranger to this room or these committees, Mr. Hamish Wilson.
Yes.
Hey, Hamish, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Certainly, this is a more friendly committee of council than some of the other ones. So thank you for your presence and your concerns, and it's hopeful in some ways, even though it's a very almost deep-pressing topic. We've actually hit 410 parts per million recently as a seasonal fluctuation. I'm sorry, it's bad news. And then the methyl hydrates are also being released a little bit more. So I'm afraid we're past tipping points, which is really a problem because I'm actually, yes, there's been an awful lot of work going into all of this. Yes, we're making some strides, but I'm pretty dark about it all, quite honestly. And I have to say, well, maybe the time for action is now. Will we hear that rhetoric? Yes, and we probably heard that around the time of the Toronto Target as well, 25 odd years ago. And we probably heard it when the deadline was kind of like close and we extended the deadline. We probably heard, yes, we still have to get to it. So the time is now, and yet I also have to wonder, do the facts really matter here? Sometimes I really am a little bit dark about all of this, and I guess maybe I've been trying to suggest alternatives to a certain transit project. And this vote, Councillor Matlow would probably know when it was made, but in December, there was a rough 23-19 vote about whether we should actually adhere to facts and logical transit planning criteria or do whatever. And it was a 23-19 vote. And that was disappointing. So I think if we're serious about actually addressing climate change, we've got to really make sure that facts matter, especially since transportation leads our greenhouse gas emissions. It's a real problem. We've got to make sure that we actually look at the facts, whatever they may be, and they are not always friendly to some transit projects. There's the particular one that I like to rely on. U of T report favors LRT over a subway in Scarborough. Very good statistics there, and yet we are still persisting in a relative folly. If we were actually charging the cars appropriately, had a vehicle registration tax of $500 each or something, it would be less of a deal. But we won't go there, it seems, because the suburban councillors don't want to necessarily do it, even though motorists are everywhere, I know. So the facts should matter, especially when it comes to the transport. And in terms of our greenhouse gas emissions and our profile, sometimes I think we're more this color of green. This color of green. I don't think we're all that green, quite honestly. And it's what's in and what's out, and I know it's a very devilishly complex area to actually try and figure out what's what. This is an older report, indicates that actually our profile is not so good. The Environmental Commissioner of Ontario had some very interesting things. We are not looking at aviation, we're not looking at shipping. We've actually, and we start looking at the consumption-based accounting. Well, that's another thing. So she's talking about being honest, and I'm not sure that we're necessarily being honest. With the greenhouse gas protocol, yes, we're actually adhering to something, but it's not the better quality one. We need to go to the basic plus, which is a higher quality of accounting, and I don't think that's including concrete usage. Are we so green that we don't use any concrete in this city? We've got to start counting all the tonnages of concrete. So one of the things that would be really helpful with the city is to actually start counting how much tonnage of concrete do we use each year in the city by our agency boards and commission, and then start actually getting a citywide assessment. Because this is one of the real problems of consumption-based accounting and ignoring it, where all our building materials come from somewhere else. They're not indigenous to our boundaries, so the energy intensity and carbon intensity of all our buildings, and it's astounding. And if you start adding in that maybe some of those foams for insulations have HCFCs in it, that's a real issue as well. One of the things that would be nice is to have a demolition control based on how much embodied energy there is in existing in a building compared with the zoning. I've talked about that before. And just briefly on the transit and the transportation, because gosh, that time scuds. We're stinking bad sometimes. I'm sorry, we really are. Something from 2006, exploring transit options for the Gardner. Didn't get too far on that. We're now talking about doing a King Street thing. That was inferior in 1993. That's progress, I guess. We're talking about doing something now there. We're tending to build a road in the Liberty Village area, not the transit of the downtown relief line, which we should actually do. This is something from 1992, 1993, after the Toronto target came out. They started looking at where to put bikes, and Bloor Danforth was the best part. There's a little bit of Bloor Street East that was in the bike plan of 2001. That's still not done. Why the not? I'm sorry, it's $25,000 to repaint a little bit of the road. So in terms of how much we're actually doing for biking, well, fill in the gaps. And this is another standard thing. We're not responding well to these collisions at all, and you're going to cut me off because I'm not always succinct enough and there's too much to fuss about. But yes, there's something here, but there's so much more that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. You always have a million graphics and facts, and we appreciate that and your dedication. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And so number 18, Clement Cheng. Is Clement here? Calling once, twice, Clement is gone. Ann Russell, number 19. Is Ann here? No. Ann, no. 20, Jafar Hassan, the policy manager for Toronto Community Benefits Network. And I really think I butchered your name, I'm sorry.
No, you did it correct, that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me.
Welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here, and Yeah, I'd just like to say I really actually welcome the recommendations from the report. My name is Jaffa Hassan, and I'm from the Toronto Community Benefits Network. And I'm here today to urge everyone who is determined to make Toronto healthy, equitable, and prosperous to start building those pillars towards that future using the efforts of the community, specifically through community benefits agreements. So the Toronto Community Benefits Network represents 71 member organizations made up of communities and labour who have worked in partnership to secure an agreement with Metrolinx to provide 10% of construction work opportunities on the Eglinton Crosstown and Finch LRT to people from historically disadvantaged and equity-seeking groups. And community benefits agreements are vital to the city's efforts to reduce poverty, protect low-income residents, and maintain and create good quality local jobs as we transition to a green economy. Community benefits are tangible social and economic opportunities and outcomes for communities, especially historically disadvantaged groups, including but not limited to job training and apprenticeships, procurement from local businesses and or social enterprises, neighbourhood and environmental improvements, and other benefits as determined in consultation with the local community. Community benefits clauses and agreements have been successfully used in the US and in the UK for a wide variety of infrastructure and development projects to address income inequality. And income inequality in Canada has increased over the last 20 years, particularly in Toronto. And as we transition into a green economy where there will be a shake-up in the types, quality, and quantity of jobs that are available, I'm afraid the crisis is likely to get worse. So if I can draw your attention to one of the recommendations from the report, which was recommendation 2B, which is to retrofit all city-owned buildings. Here is a clear opportunity to use community benefits to focus on providing training and employment opportunities to people who face multiple barriers to good jobs. We believe community benefits can provide a clear pathway to a low-carbon future. However, there are some challenges. Community benefits agreements work best when you have people in government in the City of Toronto championing the cause. You also need people in the community with the expertise and experience to build capacity. And you need a combination of both to bring contractors on board so they're not simply doing the bare minimum just to win the bid. There must be a roadmap on how to set the targets to ensure community benefits agreements are not only adhered to, but fully supported by the contractors. And there must be an effort to build capacity of government and community to strengthen the outcomes of community benefits agreements. We believe there is a huge opportunity here to make Toronto healthy, equitable, and prosperous, and we believe it begins with community benefits. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Any questions, Councillor Doucette?
So you touched on income equality in UK.
Yes.
Is Toronto doing better? Should we be learning something from the UK? Where are we going on that?
Well, I think in terms of there hasn't been a widespread use of community benefits agreements. There's been in Scotland mostly and Northern Ireland. And what they've done over there, for example, is having actual laws to say that if you're going to, if the governments are going to procure contractors for some kind of work, whether it's building new roads or transport links, is that you do have a proportion of it. Usually it's been about 40% of the workforce is hired from community, from people who have barriers to work. It's usually on projects that have a certain threshold. If the project is worth, say, over £50 million, then for every million or so, there's a set aside a number of work hours that have to be used on those projects. So I think in that sense, that works well. But in the UK, I think the difference is that it's more of a government-led initiative. There isn't much community involvement or community say. And I think what we have with the Community Benefits Network is that we champion the cause of the community. And I think what we need is then internal champions in the government to actually help with that.
Thank you very much.
Point of privilege. In the future, if Councillor Doucette asks questions to somebody from the UK, could we please use some interpretation services? Thank you.
We should have had translation.
Speak English.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Point well taken. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thanks so
That's
much.
great. Up we have another Ward 32 resident, Karen Buck, here next. What are you, Karen? You're 3 for 3.
What?
You're 3 for 3, speaking on 3 topics today. It's great. You're just trying to avoid your...
How many things are connected, so you start reading one thing and it leads you to something else.
And you're trying to avoid your flooded house.
It better not be flooded. I don't think it will be. We don't have a drain, actually, that comes into the basement. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about something that I think could be missing from this report. We've heard 3 or 4 deputants talk previously about the water issues within the city, the Census report that shows 66 millimeters of rain becoming 166 in 2050, all the money that rain has caused, and the current rainfall that we're worried about coming today. So when I look at the TransformTO, I see that land use, buildings, energy system, transportation, and waste are the 5 urban systems that have been included in TransformTO. And I'm just wondering, I know that water somehow fits in there, but I don't see the big issue of water actually being in TransformTO. And I'd like to introduce you to this person again. She's the commissioner of the Metropolitan Water Resource District of the greater area of Chicago. And this is what she said in 2007. She said, "I believe that the district's history has now reached a 4th great moment, and that is that for this 21st century, it is going to have to really concentrate on stormwater management. Will this agency or the district see itself as merely a water collector, gathering a waste product like stormwater and disposing of it as expeditiously as possible, or will it see itself as a bank collecting deposits of precious liquid assets, rainwater, and investing them wisely in our communities?" She believes strongly and states this in her annual report in 2007. That's the challenge that lies before us. It is a cultural challenge. It is an engineering challenge. It is a political challenge. And I believe in Chicago we are up to it, but we will need everyone's help. I would really like to see us up to it in Toronto. And I think that stormwater is a real issue that fits into the energy profile, fits into the resilience profile, fits into greenhouse gas profile, and I think it's sort of being shoved aside, and I'm not quite sure why. We had the mandatory downspout disconnection program that was phased in 3 stages, and as of December 6th last year, 2016, we should have had effective downspout disconnection in at least 75% of our homes. Now, everyone benefits from downspout disconnection, as the city has stated, but is it being done effectively? Here is a picture of a house that obviously has been a redeveloped house within the last 10 years or more recent than that. And this downspout right here where my finger is cut off right at the foundation, and the rainwater is going everywhere. In the TransformTO report, it actually talks about, and this is repeated many, many times, and people who don't even redevelop but are just disconnecting their downspouts have the water going every which way onto their neighbor's property or into the sewer system again. And I think that this is something that really needs addressing. And And I'd just like to sort of say that that's been a big one. We need rain barrels, rain gardens, all sorts of really great green infrastructure in our communities, making them more beautiful. And in closing, I'd just like to say, it is not the strongest species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones who are most responsive to change. And on that note, I'd just like to say, there is no planet B.
Thank you, Karen. That's great. Good ending. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we are at 23 Rosemary Fry. Come on up, Rosemary. Okay, so we'll bump her back. Sure. Number 24, Robert Shirkey, Executive Director for Our Horizon. Hi, Robert. Long time no see. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Welcome.
I'm okay. I'm going to answer your question and to preface my remarks. I got a concussion a little while ago, so I'm feeling a little off today.
Oh.
The good news is I'm doing a lot better, but that's my excuse for if my submissions are like less than coherent. It's like concussion. It's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. So thank you very much for putting together this report. Congratulations to committee members, to staff. I'm going to be addressing a particular part of the report. It's actually in an attachment to the report. I think it's attachment number C, or letter C, concussion, that explores the concept of climate change warning labels or risk disclosures for gas pumps. That's a item that the organization I launched 4 years ago has developed and advocated for across the country. And I just want to provide a little bit of context for the report before you. I used to actually work, I was the Assistant City Solicitor and Prosecutor at a municipality here in Ontario, and I'm aware of the practice of taking, not reinventing the wheel, so taking reports from other municipalities and tweaking them, adjusting them to fit those sort of local needs. And it's a common practice. It's good. It makes sense. It's efficient. It doesn't sort of expend resources unnecessarily. But one of the downside risks to that practice is if the report that you're sourcing to inform yours is flawed, contains errors, then you risk sort of replicating that. And this isn't to disparage anyone that would have put this together. It's just, it happens. And unfortunately, that's what happened in this instance. So the information before you, I don't think is fair or complete. So I'd encourage you to defer it until later. Some background, the municipality that, okay, I'm like, oh my God, I'm already over 5 minutes. No, the municipality that drafted the report that that this report is based on, unfortunately, they didn't consult us for information to inform the report, and they ended up contacting the local university, this is a West Coast community, and reached someone in the psychology department. The individual to my knowledge, didn't have much of an understanding of the concept, and their assessment of it essentially was that they didn't recommend the idea. Had that individual contacted the chair of consumer behavior in the business faculty, they would have received a completely different opinion, and their report would have been completely different as a result. So that, of course, then ended up being replicated in other reports that we're seeing here and other parts across the country. So it's unfortunate. It's just the distinction between, had they only dialed a different number, the report today could look very different. Having said that, though, I submitted to you a rather lengthy piece of correspondence that addresses many of those flaws in the report. I want to focus in just on two specific things in the amount of time that I have. One, I think the objective of the intervention was largely misunderstood. It's not, while the intervention takes place at the point of purchase, it's not intended to impact behavior at that point. So the idea of, but they showed up to the gas station, what are they supposed to do? They have to fill up their gas tank. Well, of course. The concept is more akin to, say, a carbon tax, where we understand, if fuel might cost a little bit more a liter, that's not going to discourage the consumer from filling up their tank. To suggest that a carbon tax has no value because a consumer is going to fill up their tank anyway is to misunderstand how that intervention works. This idea, similar to a carbon tax, its intention is to communicate externalities or hidden costs to market to essentially facilitate a shift in market demand that then results in the acceleration of solutions from both business and government. And I elaborate on that more in the report. Interestingly, the report also references work from UC Berkeley. Right down the hallway at UC Berkeley is a prof and academic, Kirk Smith, who's spoken positively of this work. It's actually in an issue last year of Bioscience, the journal Bioscience, where 12 scholars from Stanford wrote a piece on the importance of denormalizing our use of fossil fuels to create greater social space for reforms, and actually cites our work with approval. I don't have enough time to go into all of that. One last point, though, is just the cost. In my assessment, the cost in the report before you is very overinflated, and I elaborate that on the report. What I'll say is, I can't see what time, how much time do I have? Is that? That's right. That's the right one, okay. Last comment. In closing, scientists have identified that our use of fossil fuels are one of the primary drivers of climate change. It just so happens that there is a place that week after week we engage in that product. It flows right through the palm of your hand. The location for this intervention, if we're looking to denormalize fossil fuels, to loosen the grip of the status quo, to better accelerate our transition, then this is it. And if we say no to this, in the face of the greatest challenge over time, if we say no to a sticker, I don't think we're actually going to address this problem.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robert. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is 25 Margaret Rao. How do you say it?
Like the lion, Rao.
Roar. Okay, thanks. Have you been here before?
I have, but this is my first time deputing.
All right, welcome. I'm going to really set the clocks properly for you, okay?
Thank you, and good afternoon, esteemed councillors and dedicated city staff. I'm addressing you today as a proud Torontonian, mother and grandmother. I've been living in the Davenport riding in the west end of the city for over 3 decades, though I was born and raised in the city's east end and watched the construction of the Main Street subway station as a child. I care deeply about our city and its future. As an informed citizen, I'm also aware of the urgent need to act on climate change. We humans created the climate crisis, and hopefully, human ingenuity and hard work will help us reverse it so that we may move boldly together into the future. This will happen if we come together, young and old, and make good on TransformTO's 2050 climate action plans. I won't be around to see the results in the year 2050, but my and your grandchildren will, and I want them to look forward to a livable, breathable, pedestrian and cycling-friendly city. 2 of my daughters ride bikes to work every day from Spadina and Queen, and one of them goes up to North York on a daily basis. I believe Torontonians working together can even better the city's goal of reducing our carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. For residents, including myself, who participated in TransformTO's community consultations, transportation and behavior change were the highest priorities. Cities account for 70% of global greenhouse emissions. Transportation accounts for approximately 35% of Toronto's total emissions. A low-carbon, accessible, and affordable rapid transit system would get people out of their cars and ease traffic and lung congestion considerably. I say this as someone who has developed asthma in recent years and relies on puffers daily. It's not just a prop. Also, on behalf of children, seniors, and the many in between who suffer from respiratory illnesses. Stemming the growth of chronic health conditions by encouraging public transit, walking, and cycling would not only enhance city residents' physical and mental well-being, but would be a cost savings to public health. Healthier environments produce happier and more productive citizens. Environmental sustainability and quality of life go hand in hand. The goal of carbon emissions reductions would create all kinds of positive economic impacts, including job creation in clean energy and energy efficiency. This is a win-win situation for the environment and the economy. We can begin right away by mobilizing low-carbon neighborhoods, one of TransformTO's acceleration campaign initiatives. Continued community engagement and collaboration with businesses and other stakeholders will be critical to the development and implementation of Toronto's 2050 deep carbon reduction goals. In conclusion, I commend the great work of the city staff of TransformTO and recommend the implementation, the full implementation of their latest report, Pathway to a Low Carbon Future. I thank you for your time and dedication to a sustainable future for our city, our country, and our world. We can turn the climate challenge of our lives into an opportunity to make a lasting difference for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Margaret. I was looking at Catherine, who's next. Thank you, Margaret. That was great. Any questions of the deputant?
Sorry. Yeah, any
Nope, seeing none. Okay. Number 26, Catherine Tate. Anyone, Catherine Tate? Oh, okay, there's Catherine. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Catherine Tate. Thanks to the counselors for hearing everyone depute today, and thanks so much to the TransformTO team for all of their work on this project. I'm involved with a couple of different climate action organizations here in Toronto, but I'm speaking as an individual constituent today. I don't want to take too much time because so many people have had so many excellent comments. I would echo what Dusha from T said earlier. So pleased to see all of the co-benefits being mapped out. That's so important, including the equity and poverty reduction being incorporated into the climate plan. So I just want to speak for one moment to the urgency for climate action work, and I'll just show one slide. Oops. Not that slide. This slide. So this is just a graph from the Insurance Bureau of Canada showing increasing costs of catastrophic loss claims over the years, and I show this just to show that the costs of catastrophic climate change impacts are increasing over the years, and to prevent those from increasingly drastically more in the next several years, we should really try to front end as much funding and impact as we can to the earliest part of the TransformTO plan. And that's mainly what I had to say.
Thank you very much. That is a great slide. Could you send that to us?
Sure.
Number one, that's my first question.
Yeah.
And it's great. Councillor Doucette.
So I know what happened in 2013. That was the floods and the ice storm and everything else which was thrown at us. What happened in 2005 and 2011? Do you know?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I haven't looked in detail.
It was what? Yeah? Okay. 2011. Okay, we'll work it out, but thank you. It's a great slide. As I say, 2013 for some reason comes to mind.
Thank you very much. Number 27, Sean Khan. Hi, Sean.
Yes. So Patricia here will be doing the slides that we have. So I am part of a group, part of a group called Climate Action Now, which is a group of residents that talk about the urgency of climate change. So we would like to appreciate the city staff, TAF, and the councilors for getting the second report done and prepared. So then going on our graphs, we would like to first encourage in the report they have a 65% reduction of GHG target by 2030, which is not in there because that graph is the original graph from 2007 when the City of Toronto first looked at their targets under previous mayors. And so in the new target, they added one called in 2030, which is 65% reduction of GHG by 2030. And we're encouraged by that for the city to take lead effort in the cities around the world. There's a table in the actual report that says that the city, if they adopt this 2030 target, would be a world leader compared to other cities. But however, the 2050 target in this graph is not enough, is not a deep enough reduction in light of the revised climate science that has come forth since 2007, sorry. So Canada went to the Paris COP summit in 2015, and the agreement that they signed and were instrumental in getting approved stated that all countries should keep their global temperature increases well below 2 degrees Celsius and as close to 1.5 degrees Celsius as possible. The current science states that the cumulative amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere determines the amount of global warming. Essentially, that came out from the International Panel on Climate Change in 2014, where the report included estimates for the maximum cumulative CO2 emissions, which they call the global carbon budgets, in order to keep global temperature increases under certain thresholds. So our estimates are based on the population of Toronto globally and having a 66% chance of global temperature increases remaining under 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius. As most of you know, about 70% of the GHG emissions are generated by cities and urban areas. So cities and urban areas can make a lot of difference, especially Toronto. So we propose that Toronto, if successful in reducing towards their new proposed 2030 target, we could and should adjust the 2050 target to be a more ambitious and necessary target of 100% before 2050. So as you see in this chart, and I'll just go through it quickly. The green line is the current target. So if you continue it on, that would be the current one, 30% by 2020, 80% by 2050. The dark blue line is the proposed, including the new target of which is 65% by 2030. The red line is our recommended targets to keep our cumulative emissions below the level.
Okay, and one final thought?
Pardon?
Just one final thought?
Okay. We want Toronto to be a global leader against the struggle of climate change. If we were able to ask one question, we would ask, when will the city adopt targets based on current climate science?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the deputation. Questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have a couple more on my list. Number 28, David Lange. And then I have two more, Kevin Best, and I hear Rosemary Fry is back here. So final three. Okay?
Community Association, where I co-chair the Energy and Environment Committee. More on the pocket later. I first want to congratulate all those responsible for the second TransformTO report. It is very encouraging to see you stepping up the pace of climate action, taking a big leap in a progressive direction. I'm particularly thrilled that you're launching 3 acceleration campaigns, one of which is to mobilize low-carbon neighborhoods, to mobilize new resources and support broad community benefits. That's because I live in a community that is very concerned about the threat of climate change and anxious to do what we can to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The Pocket community is a portion of Riverdale, south of the Danforth, north of the railway tracks, between Jones Avenue and Greenwood. It contains roughly 3,500 people in 1,100 homes. It houses the First Nations School of Toronto, Medina Masjid, one of the oldest and largest mosques in the city, and a Toronto community housing project. The Pocket is known for its progressive attitudes, strong community spirit, and support for environmental causes, including the Ravenna project, an early household-level experiment in solar power and the transition to off-grid living, and another recently retrofitted home that's so well insulated that the proceeds from its solar panels exceed the costs of heating it by gas and electricity. We are, just missing one paper here. We are convinced that community-based solutions can have a greater impact for less money than individual steps, like the HELP program. We've been fascinated to learn about Energy Sprong, the Dutch system of retrofitting houses to net zero energy in 1 week. In that spirit, we'd love your help to transition the Pocket into a net zero or carbon neutral community. And I'd be happy to come back here to help you get the money you need to implement this wonderful report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question about the Pocket from Councillor Doucette.
So were you connected to Project Neutral many years ago when Project Neutral was in Riverdale and Junction?
No.
Okay, so you were just outside that pocket, so to speak. You're talking about getting your buildings to carbon neutral. Have any of your residents used the HELP program to get loans? Because it's changed now, which I'm sure Councillor Layton would tell you far more about than I will. And you can actually do your sustainable green energy now, which has been added to it. So have you been promoting this to your residents who would like to make changes to their homes?
The individuals may have done that, taken advantage of it, and I wouldn't know about it.
But could you, if you promote that to them, those who don't know, that might actually help your community get to the level you're wanting to?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced, but you can instruct me if I'm wrong, that it would get us where you want to go with the TransformTO report, like sufficiently, 85% reductions. I don't think it goes there. I don't think it pretends to go there, but correct me if I'm wrong.
The HELP program provides loans for residents who want to retrofit their homes.
Not deep retrofits. That's my understanding.
I guess it depends on how much you're wanting to borrow and what projects you're wanting to do. So
I'm just convinced that the community-based approach is the way to go. I think it's, as I say, cheaper and more effective in the long run.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, number 29, Kevin Best. Kevin, and then we have Rosemary.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Kevin.
To speak. Although my English name is Kevin Best, I'd prefer to introduce myself in the following way. Wabsheshi dodem, nimki beneshi nani andishnakas, niganichkan endinki, chimikwudang mi wabakechunang dunjaba, and shnave and dao. My day job is the managing director of River Court Engineering, and it was in that capacity I thought I was coming today to support what I think is truly a very exciting initiative and a great step forward. However, I think you used the term point of privilege, and I think that my father would say this is a point of order, although I am no expert in Robert's rules. I have a suggestion or a point of order, and I have 3 suggestions to offer. In the last year, I've had the privilege of getting to know a number of the planning staff of the City of Toronto, and I am very convinced of their sincerity around of being in right relationships with First Nations. I'm also convinced of the leadership of the Aboriginal Relations Committee, who I've met with Councillor Layton, of their sincerity and want to change. So I offer this by way of constructive feedback rather than lambasting. I find it conspicuous and notable in its absence that in the report there is no mention of having engaged either Indigenous voices of the city, unless I missed it as I read. Certainly there's no mention of having worked with Mississauga of the New Credit. At a minimum, I suggest this is an oversight of courtesy. At a maximum, it may be a violation of the duty to consult, and it certainly flies in the face of the spirit of UNDRIP and of the TRC. And again, I want to commend the city for the very courageous steps it's taken around both the UNDRIP and more recently the 3 specifics that they cited in, that I don't remember off the top of my head. I would like to offer that there are 3 things that Indigenous people can do to help advance this. But before I do that, I'd like to point out that a quote that I'm sure you all know of Albert Einstein's, that is to say that if you think that you're going to achieve the same results, different results using the same methodology, then that's a definition of insanity. As the curator, I don't know if I mentioned, I curate a series called Indigenize or Die, and that is not by way of threat. That is by way of saying that unless the dominant culture re-indigenizes, our prophecies say that you will perish. And so we would like to offer the following: the rights of the rights holders that can be disruptive and helpful, and have not nearly been explored nearly as fully as to what they can bring to benefit the citizens of Toronto, moreover Southern Ontario. Ceremony, and that is not a ritual when I offer it as a way that can help. And finally, again, conspicuously absent from the report is any mention of traditional ecological knowledge. Thank you for your time.
Wow, that's very informative. I really appreciate you coming down and talking to us about that. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you.
Okay.
Very impactful.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and last but not least, Rosemary Fry.
Sorry for being late. So I'm a full-time independent activist, but this time I haven't come to heckle or protest or criticize for change. So instead, I'm commending you on your very important work that you're doing and encouraging you in this second stage of TransformTO. And I'd like also to encourage you to keep your eyes on the big picture, and that includes animal agriculture. And I have a BSc and MSc relating to animal agriculture, so this is a topic I'm fairly familiar with. And earlier in this meeting, you praised the lowly caterpillar and also bees and butterflies. But let's also be mindful of the tens of thousands of animals that are consumed in Toronto every day. And as it happens, as an aside, today is the verdict being delivered in the Pig Save trial, Anita Kranzik's act to give water to a pig. And so there's unspeakable cruelty. I've seen it firsthand as somebody who's worked on farms associated with animal agriculture. Also, there are huge, as we know, greenhouse gas emissions associated with animal agriculture. The UN Food and Agricultural Organization has noted that animal agriculture is responsible for 14.5% of annual greenhouse gas emissions. And that's actually probably a significant underestimate, because other reports have shown it's 25% to 45%. And I'll get to the part that directly relates to what we're doing here today. But the World Health Organization, also as an aside, WHO has labeled cured meats such as ham, sausage, and salami as carcinogenic. But a high-profile Oxford Maine School study modeled reduced animal product consumption to look at to model the reduced greenhouse gas consequences. And they found that reducing meat intake would reduce the impact by 29%. A vegetarian diet was associated with a 63% reduction, and vegan diet by 70%. And as also, these changes, other studies have shown that reduced meat consumption can save overall billions and billions of dollars in healthcare costs. So as the Oxford Maine School researchers emphasized, the link between diet and climate change must be recognized. And they said that these sort of studies should encourage policymakers to act decisively. So we've seen in Europe, which I think of as a really heavy meat-eating population. My parents are European, so I know that well. There's something called a 5-star movement. For example, in Turin, Italy, in July 2016, the mayor started promoting endorsement of meat-free and dairy-free living. So it's not like there aren't any precedents for cities making some meaningful, could encourage you to say it's tokenism, but it also is important. So Toronto could declare itself a veg-friendly place, and also a friend of vegan and vegetarian culture. For example, Barcelona is establishing a new meeting space to bring entrepreneurs and other people together who are interested in that kind of culture. And also, they have created an app that's a guide to people who want to find vegetarian and vegan restaurants. Oh, and there's also Meatless Monday. You could even start right here in City Hall and have a Meatless Monday in the cafeteria downstairs. I think it's important. And I know other people brought it up in the earlier stages, but I don't think anybody did today, so thank you. Cool.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing up a good point that hasn't not been mentioned today. Yeah. All right, that's it for deputants. Thank you very much for sticking with us all day. Now we're moving to questions of staff. Any questions of staff? Councillor Layton.
There's really just one, and it's from a comment that I believe I heard earlier. Recommendation 2G. I'll let you turn to the page. Has to do with biogas and use by 2030. Is that generate and utilize 1.5 billion gigajoules annually or cumulative?
This would be an annual generation.
Okay. On one of the last deputations that was there on whether or not any of this document was shared with Toronto's Indigenous community or the Mississaugas of the New Credit, did we take this through a consultation process with the Aboriginal community? I'm not sure that we did.
Through the chair, we consulted with the city's Equity, Diversity and Human Rights Division, but we did not take this explicitly through First Nations or Indigenous consultation.
That's great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Councillor Doucette has a question.
I have two questions, actually.
Two.
The first question is, out of our 36 recommendations and our goal for 2050, does this include the fact that the Toronto Atmospheric Fund is now the Atmospheric Fund and has provincial funding to do projects beyond Toronto now in the GTA? Or could we be looking at those as benefits which aren't actually included, so that might actually help us? Sorry, was that a difficult question?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but
My question was, the 36 issues we're looking at to get to the goal, our target, I know the Atmospheric Fund was included, but did it include the fact that we've now got provincial funding to do more projects to reduce carbon, greenhouse gases in the GTA, not just in Toronto?
it doesn't include that specifically. With the atmospheric's role being an incubation role, it's not a significant kind of a emission reducer on an immediate basis.
But by 2050, having that extra funding could actually make some difference, do we think?
I think so, because it will help us also coordinate our activities with the other cities in the region, which is an important aspect of this work.
Okay. My other question, we heard from one of the deputants from Climate Action Now asking why we were using the 2007 data for our targets versus the agreement which happened in 2015 in Paris.
Let me take a couple of cracks at that. For one, with respect to the target, as you know, all of the activities that staff can engage in are basically directed by council. Right. And the council directed target that we're adhering to is the 80% reduction by 2050.
Right.
So I think that basically answers it. And I think perhaps another one is from the perspective of measurability, the 2015 targets that were mentioned had to do with global increases in temperature. Right, the COP in Paris basically established a 2-degree Celsius global temperature limit based on our activity with a notional 1.5 if we do things better than we had anticipated. The impact of local activities on, and looking at that impact on global temperature is very hard to do. We can't measure our global temperature impact in temperature here. What we can do, though, is measure our contribution to the factors that create global temperature increase, which in our case is carbon emissions. And TransformTO is geared around carbon reductions, and it's consistent with the goals of the province and the federal government as well.
So when you come back in 2 years' time to update us, you will be still going on the carbon emissions because we can quantify, qualify.
We can measure those.
Measure, that's the word.
Right.
Thank you, measure those. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I just had one quick one. So in recommendation 7A2, where you are, City Council's directing the CCO to provide and report a report in the second quarter of each new term of council, which I think is fantastic, and you're to identify the co-benefits of low-carbon actions, et cetera. Would this recommendation, would it include report back on how the actions in this report have impacted the guiding principles, which you mentioned in recommendation 3, like the poverty reduction strategy and public health, social equity?
Absolutely.
So you're reporting back on everything, not just
Absolutely. Yep.
low carbon actions?
Yeah,
Okay.
in fact, co-benefits are a key element of this report.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Councilors to speak, and I know, oh, come on, it's your baby, Mr. Visiting Councilor. Gord. Yes, Gord. Well, we got a smile at least, so. Okay, you sure? All right, councillors to speak. Councillor Doucette, who has been holding court today, I have to say. Oh, Vice Chair.
It's been a really, really good agenda, and we've had a lot of fantastic topics on this agenda, and we've had a lot of deputations. So that's why I'm really excited. I want to start by thanking Gord Perks, Councillor Gord Perks, for leading Councillor Layton, myself, Councillor Cressy, on the journey with staff. We pulled and they helped us come to get these documents before us. So this is our second document. A lot of work has gone into this, but this work couldn't have been done without all the deputations, all the evenings we did. We traveled the city. I went to parts of the city I shouldn't say didn't know existed, but hadn't been to too often. But we did. Actually, I didn't get to that one. But we did. We went out across the city and we heard from thousands of people. Our first meeting we held in the council chamber, we were there till 1 a.m. We knew from that meeting how passionate residents were, not about what's happening now, but what we need to do now to make sure we've got a living planet for our children and our grandchildren. So just very quickly, thank you very much, everybody who's even just put a dot on an I or crossed the T. We've worked well together, we've come together, we've shown that it can happen. You've brought in divisions which I think had never spoken to each other before. Well, they hadn't when I joined this committee, because I asked for them all to report and they never showed up. I asked for them to report back to us, as many as we could, on how they were looking at their capital budget between now and 2030, how they were looking at climate change. None of them came and reported back. But I think you got them all, I think you captured them all, and I think you made them each realize that what we do now will make our city livable for 2030 and beyond. So I'm going to stop at 2 minutes and just say thank you very much, everybody, and I look forward to seeing this being implemented. This report is not going to sit on a shelf and gather dust, not as long as any of us councillors are in this city, and not as long as this staff is here, because I know they won't let that happen.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Councillor Doucette. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I, too, want to acknowledge our friend and colleague, Councillor Perks, for the leadership that he provided, and all of you who are on the subcommittee that led to this coming today. I want to acknowledge all the very active residents that we have in our city who care deeply about this important priority. And I also want to acknowledge, because we don't do this well enough, I know that these reports don't come here without a number of people from our staff who do endless amounts of research and late night work and sitting both through committee meetings, but also just at their computer trying to put facts on paper and put it forward. And I really, as a citizen and as a councillor, I really appreciate the work that you do. We talk about a lot of priorities at City Hall, but both as a city and as a society, I just can't think of anything more important than taking action on climate and action on protecting our natural environment and protecting the air that we breathe, the water we drink, our ability to have a sustainable planet. So on behalf of my daughter Molly and every one of us, I just really love that we are taking action today. And the last thing I just want to mention is that I've been, I joked about at council the other day how I've made a new friend in Cleveland, a councilman named Matt Zone, and we have a friendly wager on the basketball series. But the way that we actually formed a friendship is that I followed his work as the president of the National League of Cities. And in the United States, there's been, especially during these times, a real new emphasized onus on cities now to really pick up the leadership role in climate action. And I know that Toronto can be and should be, and through this report will be, really one of the leading cities, once again, after a few years' absence, on climate action in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I have several motions.
You do?
They look bigger than they are. This would be to delete recommendation 5 and replace it with City Council request all agencies, corporations to align their business plans and strategies with the recommendations, goals, and principles presented in TransformTO. B is that recommendation 9 be deleted and replaced with the following. City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer to pursue all potential applicable federal and provincial government funding opportunities to assist in the implementation, including the Ontario Municipal Climate Change Challenge Fund. And then B, that City Council direct the City Manager to advocate to the federal, provincial governments on regulatory policy and co-delivery supports. That's the existing recommendation. The above one is on funding is what's added. C, that City Council authorize the City Manager or designate to negotiate and enter into all necessary agreements, including funding agreements to support the implementation of TransformTO. That's from City staff to include. That recommendation 2G be amended so that it now reads, generate and utilize 1.5 million gigajoules of energy annually from biogas by 2030, just to clarify. And E, that City Council direct the corporate officer to undertake appropriate consultation with the Aboriginal community on the TransformTO plan and implementation, including any local traditional knowledge relevant to climate change, and report to the Parks and Environment Committee in 2019 as part of the implementation report. I'm going to get to these motions in just one second. But first, when I was reading the background of the report, which is normally like the more dry section, no offense, it's every report. It's like, here's what we've done for the last decade. There was one thing that stood out, and it was July 2014, when it really seems like this, where I had anticipated me to rise and speak to say, aha, it was my motion at the beginning of 2014, at the beginning of this term of council in 2015, that we generated this by forming a subcommittee that was chaired by the great Gord Perks. But I was actually dead wrong, because in his infinite wisdom, Gord was already on top of it, because in July 2014, Gord added a motion that really started a lot of this work, and he should be commended for silently doing it. I didn't even remember, but put in a well thought out motion that was really the blueprint for what staff have been doing the past 2 years. Or 3 years, and he deserves a lot of recognition for that, and so thank you, Gord, for setting us on this course. Staff, I won't repeat all the thanks and kudos that Councillor Matlow gave staff, but you can clearly tell this was a labor of love, and people that are genuinely very committed to seeing actual change happen in the environment. And maybe they're like me, and obviously like Councillor Matlow, that think this is the one and only important issue that we need to focus on before all of the others, because if we fail on this one, all of the others really don't matter. And so I think it doesn't mean that we only focus on one thing, but if we're going to enjoy the one-stop Scarborough subway, if we're going to continue to require the elevated sections of the Gardner, we're going to need to make sure that there's still humans on the planet that enjoy these things, perhaps, and people that are able to breathe, that are breathing that air. Yes, exactly. So I think that it's clear, and it's also I didn't realize how much of that motivation it was, or how motivated I was to this issue until I had my daughter, and just realized that I'm not going to be just another person passing the buck on to the next generation, that we really needed to start taking a stand in this one. And it's not the gloom and doom that many would have us believe. The report outlines 357,000 person job years, employment, doing good for the environment. Like, this is something that we need to focus on, that there are economic benefits here. There are very clear environmental benefits, very clear health benefits as part of the financial transaction, very clear social justice implications when we make sure that everyone has access to all of these environmental goods. And then there's also the economic piece, that our economy will probably be more sustainable as a result. I'm going to end just by going through some of these motions very quickly. The first one is just to ensure that our agencies and corporations are all doing what we should be doing. The second is to ensure ensure that we get some of this money whenever the provincial government starts releasing it from the cap and trade money that's coming out. The province likes to talk a good game, and say, why haven't we started applying for money? Well, you haven't offered programs yet, so we're ready for you. The C is that City Council authorized. This is the staff recommended one. The annual one is self-sufficient or self-explanatory, and the final one is one of the deputants pointed to it, and it is oversight. I don't think it was malicious by any means, and I do think we should be better. I just think let's not slow this process down. Let's weave it into the process that we're undertaking and have it come back as in 2019. I will end on one point, that this report means nothing if we don't fund it in the budget. It means absolutely nothing. We tried getting a little bit more money in the last budget. I'm hopeful that this will pass unanimously. I actually have no doubt it'll pass unanimously. But then the commitment needs to be there to actually fund it as part of the budget. And if it's not, then we need to call out those councillors that don't support that. Thank you.
Well, we let you. Okay, and I just wanted to wrap it up with, again, thanking Gord the Green, I'll call him, instead of Gandalf the Great or Gandalf the Green, Gord the Green for spearheading this. City staff for working amongst many departments, which, we're always accused of, working in silos, but I'll tell you, with the TransformTO and with the ravine strategy coming down the pipe, you're going to see that there is such a movement for collaboration and enhancing what they've already done, working together. And of course, all of you out there and everyone at home who's worked so hard on this, this is your moment too, for sure. And I like how we have very tangible, visible actions in the report, but I also like how we have put a very strong emphasis on community engagement, because that's where it comes from. It can come top down, and we want the government to lead for sure, but we also need the ideas from the bottom up, and we need to build sustainability. We need everyone on board and everyone to take ownership and everyone to have skin in the game. And I think that's not like your skin the cat. It's a different analogy, but you did mean it.
On a point of order, Councillor Matlow came up with a great one, perhaps his daughter did, that there's several ways to pet a cat.
Oh, okay. It's more humane. And I like that there's a report back regularly, especially with new councils, because we're going to need that. We don't want a new council coming in and just tossing it away. I'm excited about our new Chief Resiliency Officer who's starting, who's going to take this with us and run. And the last thing I would like to say is with the challenges in Cleveland and everywhere else, well, it's timely. First of all, it's timely that we're talking about this with the weather outside, because I think that's the ice storm is in people's, they're trying to block it out, but they're facing a new storm, so it's good to have climate change at the forefront just for this weekend. And there's also a report that City of Edmonton has just adopted their climate change policy, and I think a little friendly wager or competition with Edmonton is in order. And with that, I think we're going to have a kumbaya. So do we want to take all Councillor Layton's motions as a package deal? All right, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. See you at council. Do you want to do item as amended? Oh, item as amended. Yes, we want to secure it. I'm glad. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.